don't like how that one looks. All right, Shalom. With a real biblical Hebrew Israelites coming to you week in and week out to prophesy the downfall of this place. All right, and to uplift the hopeful elect of the nation of Israel. Before we go any further, we want to give all praise, honor, and glory to the Heavenly Father, His only begotten Son,
Yahweh, Ba'Hashem, Yahushua, Ba'Hashem, Rakakwadash.
Love, honor to our apostle, elders, a great millstone, man. And matter of fact, give us Rock 30, 39, and 1, Prophet Shah. Want to touch on wisdom of the scriptures. That's what we should be seeking. You know, a lot of our people, you know, see, you know, America, Babylon the Great circling the drain, and they're trying to figure out, you know, what they should be gathering up, whether it's money, the bag, you know, arms, weaponry. They're trying to find ways to escape this destruction that's coming to Babylon the Great. But you know, what we should be gathering up is what's in the scriptures.
This is Sirach 39:1. But he that giveth his mind to the law of the Most High.
It's talking about the Israelites. But that's what this word is for. The so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native American Indians.
But he that giveth his mind to the law of the Most High, and is occupied in the meditation thereof, will seek out the wisdom of all the ancient.
See, this right here, this wisdom is the wisdom of all time. This is the best thing smoking. This wisdom tells you who you are, who your enemy is, what you're supposed to be doing here in life. Okay? These people walking up and down the streets of Babylon the Great think they know what they're supposed to be doing with their life, but they don't. Especially the ones of our people.
This is Sirach 39:1. But he that giveth his mind to the law of the Most High, and is occupied in the meditation thereof, will seek out the wisdom of all the ancient, and be occupied in prophecies.
Yeah, be occupied in the prophecies, man. That's where our mindset is supposed to be. Let me get that definition real fast.
If I may say, you know, this wisdom teaches us how to get the victory over Esau, Edom, and his diabolical plan that he's trying to, he's masterminding to come up against the world. This NWO, the wisdom of Yahweh Shema Shai, gives us the victory over this man crashing the bank systems. You know, we understand that you know, all things are planned. He's devising with cunning craftiness. You know, he devises iniquity. You see? So we're seeking out the wisdom of Yahweh Shema Shai for a way to escape, you know, this trap, this system that he's setting up. You got it?
Yep. So you said, I guess, real fast. 2 and 11. Occupied, it says busy, active. It's an adjective. Okay? It says, what does it mean to be occupied? When you're busy with work, you're occupied, you're engaged. All right? Or distracted by it. We're going to be distracted with gaining up this wisdom and keeping our eyes on prophecy, man. That's how we can further overcome in this cesspool that we're in, all right? This slavery that we're in.
Well, I remember a couple months to a year back, you know, time is flying, you know, the apostles of Bakar, the other apostle Bakar was going to a lesson that brothers got to be obsessed with this knowledge, this wisdom, this understanding. You got to be obsessed with this truth. You know, just like a woman should be obsessed with her man, we should be obsessed with Yahweh Shema Shai. Constantly wanting to watch videos, constantly wanting to pray to Yahweh Shema Shai, constantly, you know, having the Lord on our minds, you know?
Oh, that's a lot of boys.
You want 2 Corinthians?
You want me to read the story? No. 2 Corinthians.
Okay. This is 2 Corinthians 2:11. Lest Satan should get advantage of us, for we are not ignorant of his devices.
Satan, the adversary, the physical counterpart, which is Esau, Edom. At least he should get an advantage of us, right? But he's not going to get an advantage. Why? Because we've been occupied through the spirit and power of Yahweh Shem Shai in wisdom. Okay? We've been occupied, we've been distracted with this wisdom. That's why he was going to your woman. Your woman get mad at you when you put too much time into this. You know, friends, family members get mad because you're distracted by something else. You know, your main focus is not on them. Okay? We're not ignorant of Satan's devices. I mean, that main device that he's getting ready to come with is the Strong's G5480 and the blue letter. Okay?
Yep, you can Google strong coordinates 54 Strong's G 5480 and pop up to right to the scripture.
Yep.
This is a precept.
Yep.
Ephesians 5 and 14. It says, wherefore he saith, awake thou that sleepest, and arise from the dead.
Yeah, the Lord is saying that, you know, for the elect. And once again, that's who the wisdom of the Bible is for on this side, really. Okay, to arise from the dead. What's the dead? These nations. All right, that mindset that these nations have pushed upon our people. Okay, that the woman, okay, running the household, whatever a man can do, a woman can do. All right, worshiping these false idols. Okay.
Are you like up for adventure?
The diet here in America. You gotta arise from that dead state. These pagan holidays, all that is wicked.
Proverbs 21:16. The man that wandered out of the way of understanding shall remain in the congregation of the dead.
Yeah, it's gonna remain. You're gonna stay there until judgment comes upon you. You wander out of the way of this truth, this wisdom, this knowledge, the understanding of life. You're gonna remain with these heathens. You're gonna remain in a dead state. Okay? Then what happens? What is that scripture, man? Being void of judgment.
Oh, 2 Corinthians 13:5?
Yeah, yep.
You become a reprobate.
Reprobate, that's right. So now you're wandering the streets with a reprobate mind. A mind is void of judgment. Why? Because you have wandered out of the way of understanding, which is the scriptures, man. You think it's okay to eat pork now. You know, you think it's okay to go and get the strong G5480 because what? I gotta eat, right? That's what Jake thinks. The Lord knows.
How else are we gonna eat, right?
Yeah.
Real quick, Psalms 13:3.
Yep.
Consider and hear me, O Yahweh Shema Shah, my power. Lighten my eyes, lest I sleep the sleep of death.
Yeah, at least I sleep the sleep of death. Right? If you don't have this light, because this wisdom is considered light spiritually, and also causes a man's face to shine. Right? If you don't have it, read it again.
This is Psalms 13:3. Consider and hear me, O Yahweh Shema Shah, my power.
Yep.
Lighten my eyes.
Yeah, this is like a prayer, right? For the Lord to lighten our eyes, and that we retain it.
Talking about your mind's eye, you know, like it tells you in Matthew 6 chapter that let your eye be single. You know, that's us being tunnel vision in this truth. You know.
Yep. Occupied. That's great point. You know, you have to be tunnel vision in this thing because there's many distractions pulling you away.
Yep. Things that try to take away your time, because our time is our highest commodity that we have while we're in this grace period. You know, how we spend our time, you know, is very important. You see? Yeah,
a lot of guys, they what? Oh, I gotta find a better job. I need more money for this. I need more money for that. If I can just work 2 jobs, this, that, and the third. Well, are you going that hard for the truth? You know, you coming in with your own understanding. That's the world pulling, the world tugging you. Right? Who's telling you that? It's not brothers. It's not brothers. Brothers say just work one job. You know, it's not how much you make, it's what you do with your money.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you gotta be responsible, and
Mhm.
ultimately we gotta have faith.
Yep.
You know, as all hell's about to break loose on the shores of America, you know, a lot of people ain't gonna be looking so good out here. You know, but us, you know, the believers, y'all, we gotta know that y'all by Shema Shah is gonna take care of us.
That's right.
This is Psalms 13:3. Consider and hear me, O Lord, Yahweh Shema Shah, my power,
Mm-hmm.
lighten my eyes,
Yep.
lest I sleep the sleep of death.
Yep.
It says, lest my enemies say, I have prevailed against him.
Yeah. Our enemies are in a state of trying to prevail against us right now. All right. Edom, the so-called white man, all the nations that are in league with him, even down to 2/3 of our people. Okay. Our own people don't want to see us out here doing what we're doing, man.
It says, lest my enemies say, I have prevailed against him,
Mm-hmm.
and those that trouble me rejoice when I am moved.
Yep. Those that trouble what?
It says, and those that trouble me rejoice when I am moved.
Mm-hmm. And
Because your foundation is no longer upon that rock anymore, Yahweh Shai.
mm-hmm.
You know, that's why the scripture say those that trust in the Lord shall not make haste. You know, so we're going to stand firm. We're going to remain steadfast in the faith. You know, the believers are those that have been enlightened to know, you know, there's a way out of this darkness. You know, they're looking at the light, Yahweh Shai. You know, death is all around them, but they're looking at Yahweh Shai like, this is my way out. You know?
Yeah. And the closer we get down this path, the brighter the light is looking to us. You know? But there's another light over there too. You know, it's kind of flickering. You know, you're not gonna follow that light. You're gonna follow the light that's getting brighter as you go.
Yeah, that's what a lot of guys do when they fall out. They see another light.
Mm-hmm.
They're on the way to that light, and it darkens
Yep.
when they're there, and then
Flickers,
now they're
you know.
off the path.
Yep.
Now they don't know where the hell they are.
Yep.
You know?
That's right.
One
Sorry. No. Get your precept and then I'm
Okay. There's just one more verse.
Yep.
But and then I forgot. It says, "But I have trusted in thy mercy, my heart shall rejoice in thy salvation."
Yeah, we have trusted in thy mercy, the mercy of the Lord, because we know the tender mercies of Esau is cruel, as the scriptures say. All right. We know that's only going to come from Yahweh Shema Shai. That all our thoughts, our conclusions, you know, when it boils down to it, everything relies on seeking Yahweh Shema Shai and His wisdom, His way. Right? Everything else is failures.
And it reads back in Ephesians. You know, I'm read this last part one time. Psalms 13:5, it says, "My heart shall rejoice in thy salvation." You know, because like bro's going into it. You know, we're trusting Yahweh Shema Shai no matter what.
Yep.
So our minds, when we're in troubling times, our minds rejoice knowing that salvation is ahead. You know, no matter what situation we're put into, no matter what we go through. You know, we have the mind to know, oh, Yahweh Shema Shai, He is our salvation. He's the one that's going to save and deliver us. And we believe that so much that we have ran to the chief place of concourse in the streets to let everybody know Yahweh Shema Shai is going to save us.
Yep.
You know? But you got, here are you people. Here are you people.
Right.
But this is Ephesians 5:14. Wherefore he saith, awake, thou that sleepest, and arise from the dead, and the Mashiach shall give thee light.
Yeah, which is His knowledge, man. But you gotta come out of the ways of this place, man. And it starts with with prayer and faith. You know, you can't start working on something if you don't see the vision of it.
You don't believe.
If you don't believe, you know.
Yeah, I believe that we're Israelites. You gotta acknowledge That the reason why you're in this predicament is because you sinned against the Heavenly Father.
Yep.
You know, and then you guys start that path of repentance to become those new creatures. You know, acceptable in the eyes of Yahweh Shema Shai. You know, which is our reasonable service as Yahweh Shai has done, give his whole life for us. You know, that we may have this ministry in these last days.
Yep. But also that takes discipline.
Yeah, yeah.
And Jake don't, you know, I like to say this a lot. Jake catch so much hell in the world that you talking about they gotta refrain from pleasing the flesh.
Yeah, I was talking to someone about, you know, another character's bad behavior. I was like, they're not a bad person, but they use their bad experiences that they had to life to justify their wickedness.
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
Well, you know, it's like, yeah, I call it this, I call it that.
Yep.
You know, this right here is the only thing that gives me a little comfort.
Mm-hmm.
But we're here to tell you that the scriptures is what's going to really comfort you, knowing that there's a way out, knowing that those wounds are going to heal.
Right.
You know?
That's right.
Ephesians 5:15. See then that you walk circumspectly, not as fools but as wise.
Yeah, not as a blockhead, but as a prudent man. Right? The scripture said, a prudent man perceiveth the evil and hideth himself. Where does he hide himself? Upon the strong tower of the names of Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai through this truth. You know? A lot of guys, a lot of camps know about this truth. They know about who they are, but what? They don't believe on the names. Okay?
Yep. A lot of guys know that we're Israel. I got a guy at, you know, where he wears fringes on all his shirts, on all his work shirts. You know? And then, you know, he's smoking a cigarette. You know? So, Jake knows they're Israel, but they don't got that breath in them.
That's right.
You know, their minds have not been enlightened by the true gospel. You know, Yahweh Shai is coming back to conquer this world, as he has already conquered it in the flesh, but he's coming back with the spiritual reinforcements.
Yeah.
You know, the angels of the dawn, you know?
Yep. Proverbs 4:7.
I'm just going to read
This makes me think about something. Yeah.
Ephesians 5:16, redeeming the time because the days are evil.
Yeah, redeeming the time because what? The days are evil. And the days are being shortened too as well. You know, Sleazy's getting ready to come down. We say Sleazy, we're talking about the so-called white man, Sleazy E, whose biblical nationality is the Edomite. All right, from the tribe of Edom.
Right, Proverbs.
Yeah, I lost my train of thought. But I was going, yeah, redeeming the times when the days are evil, right? How do we know the days are evil? Through the wisdom, right? We open up with Sirach 39, occupied in the seeking out the wisdom of all ancient and being occupied in prophecy. All right, which is something that's going to come to pass, which means to say before. You know, what we're saying is what's written in the scriptures, man.
Yep. We're coming as the ambassadors of Yahweh Shai.
That's right.
The king of the earth, right? You know, that's been given authority and judgment that's inherit the earth, right? Whose inheritance is the earth is Yahweh Shai. He's come to us and told us, look, this is what I'm about to do. I'm about to bring judgment, you know, to the world. I'm about to bring salvation to the remnant of my people. You know, go out there and let them know what's about to happen, you know? And the remnant is going to hear and they're going to submit, you know? They're going to come under the subjection of the born heir. The born king is on his way back, you know? The child of prophecy, so to speak, you know?
That's right.
This is Proverbs chapter 4, verse 7. Wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore, get wisdom, and with all thy getting, get understanding.
Yeah, see, like that dude is your job. You know, wisdom is the most important thing that we should be getting. There's a reason why those fringes, you know, you wear that border of boots. A reason why, to keep the law. And here it is, this man is defiling his temple by smoking. You know? That's why it's very important. Well, why did the Lord say that? Why did you gotta get the understanding behind it, man? And
sorry, go ahead.
nah, real fast, you know, it makes you think about Romans 6. The wages of sin is death. You know what I'm saying?
That fringes doctrine reminds, you know, like Christianity is like just believe in Jesus Christ and you'll be saved.
Yeah.
Like
Call the name.
you know, if you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, you'll be saved.
Yeah.
You know, you're already saved. You win.
Yeah.
Just say those words. Same thing with the fringes. You know, you put fringes on all your clothing, you'll be saved. You'll be good.
Yeah.
That's I mean, that's not saying that's what they're saying, but the spirit they're coming in.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's the spirit they come in. You know, all you gotta do is put fringes on your shirt, you're good. You don't gotta make a change.
Yep.
You know, these fringes. This is part of our culture. It's a fashion statement. You know, but sometimes I forget the fringes are even there. You know, I mean on my garments like fringes.
Yeah.
You know.
So the reason why we're supposed to be getting this, man, because our life depends on it. It's going to be put into test soon coming. Through this Jacob's trouble, through the times we're living in now, man. Who knows what would have happened to us if we wasn't dwelling with wisdom? Each and every day. You can't take no days off, man. You can't take no days off. Going back to Ecclesiastes 9, man don't know if it's time.
Yep, this is a battle. Scripture say fight the good fight of faith. In the middle of a war, you just can't be like, can't tell the enemies, hey, you know, you know.
Yeah.
No,
Give me a second.
We don't want you guys to attack this afternoon. We need another 2 hours.
Yeah.
You know, I need some more sleep, you know?
Yeah.
Some more rest.
I had a restless night. Oh, man. Read that again to get Isaiah 33:6.
This is Proverbs 4:7. Wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore, get wisdom.
It didn't say bag. It didn't say money. It didn't say riches, because all that profits not in the day of the Lord's wrath. But righteousness delivereth from death, man.
And that word principal means chief, most important.
Yep.
It says wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore, get wisdom. And with all thy getting, get understanding.
With all the wisdom that you're getting, get the understanding behind it. Right? Why does the Lord not want us to do this? Why does the Lord say don't eat shrimp? You know? Why is that?
Why does the Lord only want a woman to have one man?
Beautiful.
You know?
Beautiful.
Why is that? You know? Why is the man the head of the house? You know? There's a lot of men. A lot of men were raised by their moms. You know? And like, well, I saw my mom. She did it for years. You know? She did it. You know, but that's not how women supposed to live.
Yeah, and you know, in actuality, they didn't do it on their own. They're looking at it in a carnal sense, but you look at it from a spiritual aspect. She was being helped by her man, her real man on this side, which is Edom. His system, his philosophy, his doctrine, his ways. Come on, bro. You know. So when a woman, you know, said they did it and they did it on their own, and I get what you're saying.
Yeah, no. I mean, that's what the people of the world say.
Yeah.
You know, but when you come in this knowledge, hey, she made a mistake here, like, you know, like, like things could have been a lot easier.
Yep.
You know what I mean? That's a clear reason.
You gotta look at that at night. Farting, snoring.
Oh yeah. I was I went to a museum, you know, had a little trail, like it was an outdoor indoor museum, and the wife was just like, oh, you know, we gotta take all these steps. Husband was like, well, he was like, we need to take a break. He was like, nope. He was like, you didn't get your steps in today. I was just like, damn.
Hey, that's right. You know, you gotta whip them into shape.
Shorty was just on her phone, like she's and these phones have taken your mind. You know, and this truth is all about getting the power of your mind back, getting control over your mind again. You know, because these minds, that's what Yahushua meant. You know, the spirit indeed is willing, the power that we have within inside of us, you know, that Yahweh Shem Yahushua instilled inside of our minds is very strong, but these bodies are weak. You know, that's why it's a constant battle, it's a constant fight.
Yep.
You know? This is Isaiah. I'm gonna read Proverbs one more time.
Okay.
Proverbs 4:7. Wisdom is the principal thing, therefore get wisdom, and with all thy getting, get understanding.
That's right.
Isaiah 33:6. Wisdom and knowledge shall be the stability of thy times.
Yeah, so the wisdom is what's going to keep us level-headed. You know, it's going to keep us stable. All right? Having the wisdom of all ancient. Okay? And you know, Jake don't see this truth as a value right now. They don't. But soon come they will, because the scriptures say, Amos 8, 11, our people are going to run to and fro you know, to get this word, and they're not going to find it. Why are you running to and fro somewhere if you don't need it? Why are you in a hunt for it if it's not of value to you? You know? That's
why, and the reason why they don't see it, they were given the eyesight to see, because, you know, when you read the scriptures, talk about how the kingdom of heaven is like unto a man that found a treasure in a field and went and sold all that he had and went to go buy that field. You know, so, you know, that man is willing to sacrifice everything, you know, for this truth. You know, and when, you know, people have dreams and, you know, goals to, you know, be rich and famous, you know, they sacrifice things. You know, look at these, you know, we always go into the athletes, celebrities, they sacrifice time, you know, time with their families, time with their friends.
Let me cut you off with that. What's that dude, Shannon Sharp? He's on ESPN with Skip Bayless, I believe. They got a show. And he said that's why he never got married. You know, he was a horrible father because he was, you know, sacrificing football, sacrificing family, friends, loved ones for football.
Yeah.
To perfect his craft.
Yep. And that's what we're doing. We're perfecting our crafts and our patience. You know, we're possessing our spirits. We're learning how to control and rule over our spirits. You know, rule over our emotions. You know, when someone cuts you off, how to react. You know, how to react. You know, because during the times of trouble that are coming, and all hell is going to be breaking loose on the shores of America. There's not going to be any food in the grocery stores. You know, the society is going to break down. Women are going to become a prey. You know, when these things happen, that this constant exercising and wisdom is going to be very beneficial to us. You know. This is Isaiah 33:6. And wisdom and knowledge should be the stability of thy time.
It's not talking about a college degree. It's talking about the wisdom of the Bible. All right. Get 1 Corinthians 3 and 18, I believe it is. Start there. It's not talking about, you know, these higher educations that Esau has in his system. All right. Because his wisdom is foolish, it's nonsense.
I mean, look at all these people that went to college, you know, half of them don't even know, why the banks crash, you know? Half of them don't understand, you know, that's a controlled demolition and what these things are doing to the market. You know, they'll go and they'll see what CNN tells them.
And those that laying back off your point, you have some that do see it, but don't want to believe it because they don't have any answers.
They don't have an escape route.
Escape route, exactly.
You know, because they believe. I was watching this one economist. He was saying that Bitcoin could be the answer, but you know, nobody believes in it. You know, and people don't really understand it, you know.
Yep.
And even she was like, Bitcoin would be the answer. Just you know, there's you know, there's not enough people that believe in it. She was like, I don't even believe in it, in the sense of like being able to stop what's coming.
Right.
You know. So the only stability, you know, is our faith in, you know, the constant reliability of Yahweh Shema Shai. As He shows us every day that He's with us, you know, and that's not something that we can just show you.
Yeah.
You know, I can show you all the 144s in my phone. You know, that'll make you feel any better.
Yeah.
You know, but you know, even then, you know, you really don't get it. You know, you gotta be spiritually minded.
Yep.
First Corinthians 3 and 18. First Corinthians 3 and 18. Let no man deceive himself. It says, let no man deceive himself.
So it's going to tell you, right, that the wisdom of this world is nonsense, right?
If any man among you seemeth to be wise in this world.
Now, who's those that seem to be wise? All right. Esau, Edom. Look, even our people, man. Even those that know the scriptures, you know. But what this man has set up in this society, these colleges, these universities, these schools of higher learning, all right, they're the ones that are, you know, high on pride. They think they have the knowledge. They think they have wisdom. You know.
One thing this society really doesn't teach you anymore is manners. You know, when I was growing up, you know, you had to say yes sir, yes ma'am. You know, now if you say yes sir, yes ma'am, they're looking at you as like, oh, that's wicked.
Yeah, you're a weirdo.
You know, why are you saying that for?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just like, it's just how to conduct yourself in a like normal fashion.
Yep.
You know, when you're out in society, you know, everybody is an asshole. All Americans are assholes. That's how the rest of the world sees it. You have I forgot where in the world, but they have these sacred pyramids. You know, I'm not saying, you know, I don't know where. And you had an American woman go up there and climb her ass on the pyramids. You know, it's forbidden in their society.
Oh, yeah.
You know, because she is American, she can do it. You know, we don't have to follow rules. We don't gotta be in order. You know, and that's what the society doesn't teach you in these institutions and colleges.
Yep.
You know, she had a college degree.
Yep.
It says, let no man deceive himself. If any man among you seemeth to be wise in this world, let him become a fool, that he may be wise.
Yeah, let him become a fool. Hey, that's vocab too. You know, he went to these theological schools, all right? Let them become a fool. Our people got to become fools, man. But what Esau pushes out, it doesn't teach you who you are. All right, you don't have, you know. I remember when I was growing up, you know, you had to get up and sing the pledge of allegiance to his flag and all that nonsense. You know, that's not wisdom.
You look at women. You know, their college degrees doesn't teach them how to be better moms.
None.
You know, how to run the household. You know, how to cook. You know, what do they go to school with the cook?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's, you know, a little different, but the majority of women are not going to school to learn how to cook.
Yeah, no.
Mostly men do that. You know, but even then, that's not, you know, a prominent, you know, career. So a lot of people are looking to get big, you know, and that's what these institutions teach you how to be a robot, how to be a bot. That's why, you know, everybody there is stupid as hell.
Yep.
You know, you got some. They're at college campuses asking them basic questions about history of America. They can't answer. Name 3 countries. You know.
Yep. Yep, that's true.
Is Chicago or LA a bigger?
I know, right?
A bigger state.
They hit them with questions like that.
Yeah. Chicago or LA the biggest state? Which one's bigger? What state is bigger, Chicago or LA? And they were like, LA.
It's neither one.
Neither one of them is
Neither
a state.
one of us is a state.
So it's just like, you know, it shows you the foolishness of Babylon the Great, you know? If the answer is not on the page, they can't figure it out.
Yeah.
If it's not a multiple choice question, and that's why Esau has got the minds of these people controlling the narrative, you know? Oh, they saw a mothership, you know? It could either be green men, you know, or it could be this.
Right.
But it can't be the angels, because that's not an answer on the board.
Yep.
You see? And that's how Esau even controls your people's mind.
Yep.
1 Corinthians 3:19, for the wisdom of this world is foolishness with the Most High.
It's foolishness. I'm gonna get a definition of foolishness.
It says, for the wisdom of this world, like bro's going to your college degree, is foolishness with the Most High. You know?
Stupid. A person is an adjective that says of a person or action lacking good sense or judgment. Unwise.
Yeah, so the things that are taught in the society, you know, in the eyes of the Lord, they are unwise, they're unprofitable. They lack good judgment. You know, they're not teaching about the dietary laws.
Right.
You know, how to run the society. In college, they teach you how to be an employee.
Yep.
You know, how to be a modern day servant. You know, to be elite to the system.
Yep. It says, wow. It says stupid, silly, mindless, brainless.
Brainless, without any, without any type of intellect.
Yep.
You know, common sense, be able to make, you know, rational decisions. You know, that the school system does not teach you those things.
Nope.
You know?
Read. When you finish, read that again.
That's why when people get pulled over by the cop, they see something on the internet like, oh, this guy, you know, where do I show you my ID?
Yeah.
And then they get hemmed up.
Yep.
Just because one person may be doing it,
Yeah.
you know, you think it's allowed. Like, cops don't have to tell you to get out the car during a traffic stop.
Hey, going back to wisdom. Dealing with wisdom. We're going to, the scripture say, grieve thy adversary. So we're going to agree. Hey, look, you know, if we were speeding, you know, sorry officer, yes, you're right, you know, whatever the case may be.
This is 1 Corinthians 3:19. For the wisdom of this world is foolishness with the Most High.
So you got to really let that sink in. The Lord saying the wisdom of this world. What's wisdom in this world? You're taught from the time you're a child to grow up and go to college. Why? Because that's what's considered wise in this world.
You know, it's crazy. It's like, so you're telling me I just spent 6 years old to 18 years old in your school system. And you're telling me I can't get a job now? I spent damn 12 years with you. But you didn't teach me nothing so I can get a job now. I gotta go for another 4, another 8, another 12 years to get a job that's really gonna be, you know, pay ends meet, you know? Then I gotta pay off school debt.
You know, it's funny. My supervisor, I don't know, the jury's still out on him, but he's an Edomite. He like Edomite. And he's like, man, he said, I wish they would, you know, would teach trade in school. Like, teach you how to make things, how to do things. Because he's like, yo, like, they ain't teach them nothing in school, which is true. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You know what a college degree gives you? A management position at a restaurant.
That's it.
You don't have to be an employee for,
That's it.
you know, 6 months to a year. You can jump straight to management.
Yeah.
And make $2 more than a guy flipping burgers on the grill.
That's it.
You know, that's literally all it gets. It speeds you fast. It speeds you up to the management position at a job. You know, for a basic job, for an office job, it might, you know, make you a little bit more considerable.
Yeah.
You know, but just like anything, you know, just like you know, if there's a lot of pizza, you know, being sold on this block, you know, every corner, every store in downtown area sold pepperoni cheese pizza, you know, the price of pizza would be cheap.
Yeah.
You know, Meaning, you people that have all these degrees, it's become inflated. You know,
Yep.
everybody got a degree nowadays. You know, what makes you any special than the 3,000 candidates that applied for this job last week?
It says cuckoo, wacky. It says a lunatic and pointless. So pretty much this wisdom is pointless to us, man. All right, it's pointless. Here it is. You got to pay for the wisdom in this society, in this age.
And they're all indoctrinating you to become a bug out.
Yep.
You know, it's all about these, you know, these alphabet people in the school system.
Yep.
That's all it's about. You see how these people react, you know, and they don't know how to make rational decisions. You know, we got, if a man wants, you know, a woman that's never slept with another, you know, man before, you know, a virgin is looked at as pedophilia, you know, in the eyes of these college degree women. You know, I think that's just rooted in pedophilia, you know, and everything about this society is backwards.
Yep.
You're told what to think, how to think, and you never learn how to think for yourselves. This is
I was at the doctor's office yesterday.
1 Corinthians 3:20, and again, the Lord knows the thoughts of men. It says, He taketh the wise in His own craftiness, and again, the Lord knoweth the thoughts of the wise, that they are vain.
Yeah. Esau is very wise. As the scriptures say, what's that? Wise in Daniel. How's it go again?
And it says, Thou art wiser than Daniel.
Yeah.
There's no secret that they can hide from thee.
Yep.
You know, and the other Ariel is going into that. That's Ezekiel 28:3. You know how to run a kingdom. You know, they don't get on there and act like they don't know what's going on with the economy. You know, but they know exactly what's going on. They know exactly. You know, you think some just college guy just figured it all out. Why ain't he running the damn country then?
Exactly.
You know? And then they said they were firing the bank managers. You know, but the bank managers did everything they were supposed to do.
They managed it.
Yeah.
It's all staged. That's why the wisdom of this world will get you destroyed out here. That's why it's very important to get this wisdom. We read in Isaiah 33, it's going to keep us stable.
Yep, because a lot of trickery is going on.
Yep.
You know, and Esau, Edom, he is very crafty. But the Most High, He's going to take him in his craftiness
Yep.
by showing that his wisdom far exceeds any plans that he has.
Yep.
You know, Yahweh Shema Shai, this wisdom, this knowledge that He's given to His men is going to allow us to overcome you. You know, and that's cool. That's how the Lord made the movie. The Lord could just send Yahweh Shai back, save His men, call it a day. But He's like, nah. You know, they think they so wise. I'm gonna raise up men to be wiser than them, and they're gonna overcome, and they're gonna believe in me.
Yep.
You know, in my system, in my plans, in my vision, what I want for the earth.
That's right.
You know.
What else we know?
I got it back. We got to finish Isaiah 33.
Yep.
And then I got Amos as well, and
Yep.
I got Sirach 29:11.
Okay.
This is Isaiah 33:6. In the wisdom and knowledge should be the stability of thy times. In strength of salvation.
So our strength, all right, our salvation is going to come through by the way of these scriptures. Ultimately being part of the elect, but the elect is going to what? Have this knowledge. You know, it's going to be inside them. That's what we're supposed to be gathering up, man. Seeking. Hunting for.
You got a mechanic. You know, he knows the ins and, you know, a Honda mechanic. He knows the ins and out of the Honda, you know? It don't matter what problem he faces, you know, he knows how to get it done. It's just going to be hard work, you know, to get it done. You know, with this knowledge, it's teaching us no matter what problem lies ahead, you know, we can overcome these things. And some things are going to, you know, take a lot of hard work, you know, it's just going to take a lot of faith, a lot of patience. You know, but you just gotta know that Yahweh Shema Shai is still with us. You know, you be up, you know, you be down, you know, all right, I feel good now, I feel a little better, you know?
Yeah.
30 minutes later, you back down again.
Yep.
It's a fight, you know? It really it's a battle. You know? You just gotta hit that stride.
I know, right?
You know, then you gotta rest up a little bit, and that's when they come after you.
Yep.
So Isaiah 33 and 6. It says, "In wisdom and knowledge should be the stability of thy times, in strength and salvation, the fear of the Lord is his treasure."
Yeah, so the fear of the Lord is a treasure. Like it tells you in what's that? Is that Job?
To the bar from evil, is understanding.
No, not that one. How's it go? It'll come back to me. But bring out the precept.
It says, yep, this is Sirach 29 and 11. And then I'll get emails. Sirach 29:11, "Lay up thy treasure according to the commandment of the Most High."
Lay up thy treasure. Oh, and how do you do that? According to the Lord's ways. What he has prescribed is wisdom. Okay, in heaven. This is the true treasures, man. Our people are not going to realize it until it's too late. Scriptures say never trust thy enemy. Our people don't know that. They think this man he's changed. You know, he's got a new heart. No, man. Like when he came with the juicy juice.
Yep.
We never done nothing for these people. They need to be first in line. Whoa. We're talking about first in line. We never been first in line for anything.
Yep, and that's what they're doing with the banking right now, because they bailed out this big bank. You know, but don't worry, if what they're saying is like, we're doing this to prevent bank runs. You know, we're willing to bail out the big banks, but the mom and pop banks, we're not willing to bail them out. So it's gonna, tell everyday Joe, to go take their money out of the small banks, the ones that keep that little community running, that helping out with the community, and go put it into the big banks that are going to be down with the MOT to the B system, with this CBDCs, and those things are moving quick, so we're being patient, we're gonna see what they do, This is Sirach 29:11. "Lay up thy treasure according to the commandment of the Most High, and it shall bring thee more profit than gold."
Yeah, because it's going to bring you life. Everyone our people want to live. So why not seek out the wisdom? Why not get it? Why not gather it while so it's still able to be found? All right. Because so dumb, you're not going to be able to readily be accessible to get this truth. It's not going to be where you can click, come out. Nah.
Yep, and it says should bring thee more profit than gold, because what are these economists telling you to do? This is why you should have real estate. This is why you should have gold in your hand. You should have assets of value, tangible assets. But what you have tangible, another man with a rifle can come and take that away from you.
Exactly.
What you have tangible, you have to defend for. But a natural man cannot take the spiritual jewels that we have. And that's and the answers during those times as well. You see? That's why it's going to bring you more profit than gold. You can be like, see all these things going on, but I got to go buy some silver. I got to go buy some gold. Yeah. I got to go have 20,000, 30,000 worth of gold on hand. $50,000 worth of silver. Yep. So when this deal goes down, I can still operate, on the black market. I can still operate in society. But what about that guy with that rifle? How is he going to get his? Who's he going to take? But wisdom has the power to deliver you from death. You see, because death is controlled by Yahweh Shema Shai.
Yep. 1 Samuel, 2nd chapter.
Yep.
Yeah.
Verse 12, shut up thine alms in thy storehouses, right? So give alms.
Yep.
Be charitable. You know, which alms and charity, those are two different things. You know, paying your tithes and being charitable, you know, are two different things.
Yep.
But they both benefit you at the end of the day, you know? It says, shut up thine alms in thy storehouses, and it shall deliver thee from all affliction. Because Yahweh Shema Shai, he loves a cheerful giver. You know, Yahweh Shema Shai, he loves, you know, someone that's gonna be down to help, you know, those who are like mind. You know.
Yep.
And part of that alms and that charity that we're doing this now is the work.
Yep.
You know, being a brother. You know.
Yep.
So that was it.
Yeah. All we really have to give is our time and the love that Yahweh Shema Shai bestowed upon us to give to the brothers, man.
Yep. Yep. Time, brothers. Brothers gotta realize how valuable your time is. You know. I hate to mention Andrew Tate, but you know, he was going into it. He was like, you can't spend all day texting a woman, you know,
Right.
or on the hub, you know, searching the hub, you know. You gotta be, you know, serious about this. Your time you gotta be valuable. A man's time is very valuable. You know, you can't be letting a woman have all that time in your mind. You know.
That comes with the scriptures dealing with wisdom. Why it's so important.
This is Amos 8 and 11.
Walk the shop before you hold that. Before you get wisdom Psalm 83.
Yeah, I was talking about earlier.
Oh, come.
Yeah, I got another precept.
Come.
This is Wisdom of Solomon 8 and 5.
Yep.
If riches be a possession to be desired in this life.
Yeah, riches be a possession to be desired in this life, right? What are considered riches in this world? Hey, they're manifesting who they are, right?
Yeah.
Demons.
And Jake dressed like that, you know, because it's like a garment.
Yeah.
But what's really it's a covering, but what's really inside them?
Yeah.
What's really inside them? They're not about that life.
Yeah, they're not about that life.
They're emotional.
We saw Jake walking. He had like his hair dreaded into like a horn, like two horns on each side. That's what we're talking about. It was on the other side of the street, you know. But yeah.
Effeminate. Got that effeminate spirit. Got long hair.
Yep. Yep.
You know, that was the bitch that was trying to tase niggas last week. 2 weeks ago.
Oh yeah?
I think so. No. It's just crazy. Any bitch with like that kind of hair, bro.
Yeah.
Stay away.
Yeah. But yeah.
Wisdom of Solomon 8 and 5. If riches be a possession to be desired in this life, what is richer than wisdom?
Yeah. What's richer than wisdom, man? Nothing. Nothing, man. Because when you have this wisdom, you're going to obtain riches, spiritual riches and carnal riches. Did not Solomon gain everything? He had everything, man. Everything a king could want. But he asked for the wisdom. And what came with it? Riches, fame, you know, the women, yeah.
Victory over his enemies.
Yep.
He said, because I did not ask for your enemies. You know, you didn't ask for, you know, really, you know, we are asking for those things, you know, but we ask for wisdom first.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's what Solomon asked for first, and, you know, that's what he ended up getting. You know, because we do want, you know, those things, but we got the example of Solomon. Solomon wanted wisdom first. The Lord granted him those things, so we gotta come to that same mind. You know, I just want to learn how to rule over my spirit, my mind. You know, I want to learn how to be the best. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Not just rule my people.
Yeah, yep. And that starts when you learn how to rule yourself.
That's right.
You know, that Alexander the Great movie, right? He came out with a movie. He said, kings are not born, kings are made.
Yep.
You know, so Yahweh Shema Shai is making us into those kings, into those individuals, those creatures that he wants us to be.
Yep.
Like, get those demons.
Right.
They
Get
pulled
'em.
up on them.
Get them. Get them.
You know? Maybe out there doing, maybe out there doing wickedness.
Yep. Evil pursuing sinners.
Look, she run into it. You see her running?
Yep.
She run into the action. She needs something bright in her day.
I know, right?
Keisha, right?
Yeah, they're gonna call her when they get locked up. You know. You get me out, you know. No.
But
Yeah, what's richer than wisdom, the work of all things? Nothing. Right? That's the best thing you can have, man.
especially now, because the squeeze is on.
Yep.
You know, that moth eating,
Yep.
that inflation. I'm gonna get that. That's been on my mind since we started the lesson. This is the map. Isaiah chapter 6, verse 19.
Yep.
Lay not up for yourselves treasure. Matthew 6 and 19. Lay not up for yourselves treasures upon the earth.
Yeah, and what's the point of that? Knowing prophecy, right? Going back to Sirach 39 and 1, right? Knowing the prophecy, everything you see before you is going to vanish, man. You know, people spend their whole lives gathering up things that's not going to benefit them. Okay? Look at Mayweather. All the watches, the cars, okay? Land. Okay? All that stuff is going to disintegrate. You know?
I like Mayweather. He got good discipline.
Yeah, he does. Just in the wrong areas. The discipline that, you know, the Lord wants is that spiritual discipline, man.
Yeah, because he don't really know how to act, you know? He knows how to have discipline, go to the gym, but how to conduct himself. He can be a fool. He can even though he has all that discipline in the gym, you know, over his body, but his mind, he doesn't really know how to rule his spirit, because he can be emotional, you know? He can act like a fool.
A great point, because that's, you know, great point, because that's what this world promotes, you to be emotional. So everyone's walking around on edge, you know, anything you can say anything to them and they lose it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you had like Miguel Cotto, you know, he was a man of few words, you know, so he had more sense than Mayweather, and, you know what I mean, that aspect. You see all these fighters now, it's all about, you know, being an asshole to sell out tickets, you know, but now it's like, you either gonna come see me fight or not, you know? And so it's just about, you know, the wisdom of Yahweh Shema Shai teaches you how to actually live down here upon the earth, how not to be an asshole, how not to make a fool of yourself, how not to trim your ways to seek love. You know, that's all this society is about. And those who are laying up treasures now in the earth, you know, if you don't bow down to the image of the beast, you know, the image of, you know, Baal, right? This system, you're gonna lose all those things.
Yep.
But wisdom teaches us there's something greater. There's something greater than this.
Yep.
We have the knowledge to know. We have the knowledge to know there's something greater than this present world.
And we know that these things have to happen. We will have to lose things in order to get a greater reward at the end of the day.
Yep. Like Thanos, he's like, he's like, what it cost you? Everything. He's like, did you win? Did you do it? He's
Right.
like, yeah, I did. She was like, what did it cost you? He was like, everything. You know, that's what it's gonna take.
Yep.
It's gonna cause you to lose everything. You know, you have to give up and you know, you have to like Peter, walk out on that water.
Yep.
You know, that leap of faith. No more support by the boat. You know, you just gotta keep your eyes on Yahweh Shai, and He gotta be on that mind. And what are you gonna be thinking about during the time of Jacob's trouble? You're gonna be thinking about the Lord the whole time. You got to.
Yep. And you do that through this.
Yep. By being renewed in the spirit of your mind.
Yep.
You know, taking motion. Can I get a quick precept?
Took their ass downtown, man.
They've been down here for weeks though.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been in like buffoons, and that's a new crop, right? But
Yeah.
they've been about buffoons the whole 2 weeks. Now they snitching. He's like a kid, bro. Big emotion. This is Romans chapter 12, verse 2.
Tasers
This ain't no major city.
Yeah.
If it was though, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they bring down my street.
This is Romans 12 and 2. And be not conformed to this world.
Yep.
But
You're not fashioned to this world, man. You know? Because this world is looking to change you. You got mind, body, and spirit. Spirit first, then comes the body change. You know?
Yep.
Micah 2 and 10. This place will destroy you if you're not dealing with the wisdom of the Bible, man. The wisdom of all ancient. Okay? Are you about to say something?
Yeah, Bruce Lee. He has that famous speech. You know, settle your minds. You know, be calm. Be like, be calm.
Yeah.
You know, be like water. You know? So you put water in the cup, it becomes the cup. Man, you gotta be calm. Your mind has to be settled. You know, no matter what situation you're facing in the world.
Yeah.
You know, and that comes at you know, shaking off the dust and the confusion that this world teaches you. How to be emotional, be reactive. You know, don't be a man. You know, be effeminate. You know why women say it's okay for men to cry? Because they cry. It's okay for women to cry. You know, it's okay for them to cry. That's how they cope with their emotions. You know, because their hormones and everything's out of whack. You know, it's not okay for a man to cry. You know? Real men don't cry. And that's real. You know, I mean, not saying that you going off you ever cried before, and especially after you know the truth. You know, it's heavy, but it's not. That's not your reaction, because women cry for comfort. You know what I mean?
There's different types of cries.
Yeah.
So you're not going off if you do, but you know, a loved one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But it's just like what I'm trying to say is women, they try to push that upon men. It's okay for men to be effeminate. It's okay for men to cry.
Yeah.
You know, it's show their effeminate side.
Yeah.
You know, because that's how they cope with their emotions.
Right.
I got 2 dogs. You got a competition. You got 2 dogs like that.
Look at him, and then look at him. Yeah, all tall,
I'm probably
Imagine he's standing next to him.
I bet you he come like his kneecaps. That's a curse, though.
Oh,
Yeah, you gotta be like 6'11".
yeah. I
Yeah.
can't tell. You know, I'm real bad with that.
Yeah, you gotta be about. What do you think you are? About 6'11".
I don't know about that. I was thinking about 6'5" though.
Nah, I give about 6. Okay, yeah, nah, you got about 6'8". Yeah, he's about 6'11". Meanwhile, I'm Babylon.
Hey, he can get, you know.
Yep. Meanwhile, I'm Babylon.
I know, right? It's like, bro, there's a lot of stuff going on behind the gamers.
Yeah.
But this is Romans 12 and 2. And be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed to the renewing of your minds.
Yeah, so you got to change. It's an action. You have to change yourself, and it starts with the wisdom. The Lord said, this is get one real fast. It's Exodus 20. Real fast, Barbara Shah. The Lord say, you know, do this, then you do it. You know, it's an action, something that you're doing.
Exodus 21, and Yahweh spake all these words, saying, I am the Lord thy God, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
Go ahead.
out of the house of bondage. Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
So when you hear that, you gotta stop. Well, the Lord said this, so look, I gotta change my ways. I can't be out here having Buddha idols up in the crib. You know, I can't have Shiva. Okay, I can't have my
Jesus Christ statue.
yeah, Jesus Christ statue up there. You know, I gotta get rid of all that. I gotta can that stuff, get it out my house. And going back to wisdom, but why is that? The scriptures say that those that have them are just like them. I'm paraphrasing, you're dead.
Yep, and my brothers like say the modern day idols are these philosophies.
Yep.
You know? So, you know, the philosophies of this world, the frequency of this world, we have to come out of that.
Yep.
We have to be elevated and renewed. We have to start over in our mind. You know, renewed, you know?
Right.
In our minds. It's a kainos, you know, refresh.
Fresh.
Our minds have to be refreshed, just like you have a tab on the screen, it's glitching out. You gotta refresh the tab, refresh the page. You know, start over. You start to learn again. You know, by being renewed, the spirit of your mind. You know, by the spirit of Yahweh Shema Shai.
Going back to 1 Corinthians 3, we just read. You know, him that claim himself to be wise, that become a fool.
Yep. It says that you may prove, that you may test or try out what is that good, you know, and acceptable and perfect will of the Most High. That you may prove, you know, that you may try, you know, what you know, and test, you know, what Yahweh, you know, what it means to be a believer of Yahweh Shema Shai, what it means to be the sons of God. Let me try that out. I tried, you know, to be a gangster, try to be, you know, an entrepreneur. I tried all of these things of the world, but let me try out a ladies' man, right? You tried all those things.
Yeah.
Well, let me see what it means to try to be a man of the Lord, a son of God. You know, a Yahshua, the Prince of the Power. Let me try that out. You know, and let me go hard for it. You know, let me learn about it. Let me study it. You know, study the nature of women, right? Well, let me study this. You know. This is Matthew 6:19. It says, "Lay not up for yourselves treasures upon earth, where moth and rust doeth corrupt."
That's right. That what we scorn of things, which is really carnal things. All right. These things really are no benefit to us at the end of the day. Really, you know, Jake store what? Cars, you know, TVs, jewelry, things like that. It's no profit, because those things going to be burnt with fervent heat when you read 2 Peter the 3rd chapter.
Yep, and you see that moth. That moth is that hyperinflation that's happening. You know, those interest rates rising.
Have you seen the lavender wallet anywhere?
No, I'm sorry, we haven't. But anyways, have we seen that? Sure, you better just call the bank, cancel your card, call it a day. You know? But anyways, if she wasn't out here, she had a man with her, you know?
No, she probably lost it last night.
You know?
Yeah, probably partying. So what was it? Patrick said?
Oh yeah, last night. I was trying to go to the grocery store last night. It was busy as hell still. Like, damn, they must be getting their late night dinner snacks and shit.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, a lot of partying. I'm surprised. The spirit of America is gone.
It's gone, yeah.
Bro, this is St. Patty's weekend.
Weekend, yeah.
Like, I'm talking about bars supposed to be packed, March Madness.
Yep.
You know, it's just like, this, where everybody at though?
Well,
Like, and it's nice. It's a nice day out.
yeah.
You know, they don't got it. Like, hey, you know, we'll throw something at the house.
Yep.
They don't got money to splurge like that. That mob is eating at their that money.
Yep.
Their storehouse is being eaten at. by this hyperinflation.
Yep.
And that's why it doesn't profit you to lay up treasures and down here upon the earth.
Right.
That's why I'm just like, you got a million, spend it.
Spend it.
You got 10, 20,000, you might as well spend it.
Because what we're prophesied to things that's going to happen. This place is going down. They don't need to hold on to,
I feel good about having $300 in the checking account rather than having $300,000 and like, dang,
Yeah.
that hurt.
Yeah.
And that's what a lot of people who have all this money in those, the systems like, oh, we can get the money back.
Yeah.
You had how much? Oh yeah, we got records that you had that much. We'll give it back.
Yep.
We'll give it back to you just at a percentage. You're gonna lose 40% of it, but
Yeah.
Well, at least you get something back.
And come by way of that strong G2, we feel.
Yep. And I'll read this again. I'll make my point.
Yep.
Matthew 6:19. Lay not up for yourselves treasures upon earth, where moth and rust do corrupt. Right, and where thieves break through and steal.
Yeah, and where thieves always breaking through and stealing, man. Letting you know what true value, what true riches is this word, because this can't be taken away except by him that gave you.
Yep, and that's what the elites are doing. Going into your banking account, and taking your money.
Yep.
That's what they're literally doing to shut down this, bank.
Yep.
We're gonna seize the money. It ain't in there no more.
Yep.
We don't know what happened to it. You have to get down with this new thing if you want to get your money back.
And like you said, that's a great point. 300 or 300,000. You know what I'm saying? You gonna feel sick, but you're not gonna feel 300,000 sick.
Yeah, because this is like brothers like say, who's gonna come and kick you out of your house? When society's breaking down. Who's gonna put a sign on the door? I mean, it took, bro, these niggas have been out here for weeks.
Yep.
Like 2 months now.
Yep.
Like, the police just came here. There's different fights.
Yep.
I'm talking about fights that going on for 30, 40 minutes.
Yep.
And they just finally get down here.
Yep.
They
they hope that they kill themselves. They want to come to a crime scene where they got a corpse, Yeah. They don't want to get caught up in the action. So where we at?
But I'm gonna read this one more time. It says, "And lay not up for yourselves treasures upon earth, where moth and rust do corrupt, and where thieves break through and steal."
Who's the ultimate thief? Esau.
Yep.
The thief cometh not but to steal. Get that real fast, St. John.
Yep.
10.
This is Yep. And just Yahweh Shai was talking about false teachers, but we use this for Esau.
Yep.
Verify him, right?
Yeah.
It's St. John 10:10, the thief cometh not,
Yep, you're right.
but for to steal and to kill and to destroy.
Just real fast. Just like I said, fact checking. I saw an article where this woman gave her whole life to the church, like gave everything she every dime, and now she has nothing. You know what I'm saying? Because Jake is the ultimate, the ones of our people, these false prophets, pastors, they rob our people. This made me think about that. She's like, I have nothing left to give.
Those are characteristics of someone who's here to spoil you.
Yep.
Spoil your mind, but also spoil your goods.
Yep, your pockets.
Everyone, Esau's come to literally steal, kill, and destroy. That's his MO.
Yep.
That's what he wants to do, to the average day. He says, I was watching this video of this woman, she, now she's getting some, noise and media, like, cause it's a North Korean woman. She is a North Korea with Kim Jong-un.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a North Korea woman. She escaped, sex trafficking and all that.
Uh-huh.
And they're like, what do we need to teach, you know, Edomite asked, what do we need to teach our students to prepare, what can we do to help over their situation in North Korea?
Yeah.
And she gave the example, I have kids in their school, they're in daycare,
Right.
and, they're talking about equality. That's a lie,
Yeah.
Equality is a lie.
Yep.
And, that's a cut to Edomite,
Yep.
that people are born free. She's like, freedom is a lie. Because if as soon as the man comes and wants to take everything, he will.
Yep.
And that's what I've learned through my life experiences. So it's heavy. That I was watching. I was like, damn, that's facts though.
Yep.
Because that's what Esau Edom is literally coming to do, and a lot of you people don't have answers. You don't know how to react. You don't know what to do. This is St. John 10:10. The thief cometh not, but for to steal, and to kill, and to destroy. I am come that they might have life, and that they might have it more abundantly.
Yeah, the point, the house.
Oh no, go ahead. I thought of something.
Well, say it, we forget it.
I was looking at that word riches. It goes into abundance. To having abundance. And Lord, He came to give us true wisdom that the church pastors and everything wouldn't give us more abundantly.
Yep.
More abundant and more richer wisdom. So I was just kind of thinking about that.
Yep. Yeah, that's right. But the thief coming not for the steal and the kill. This man, he gave it, and he's gonna take it right back because it's his. Whose face is it on the money?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? This is not our money. This is not our system. So it's not. It was never set up for us to begin with. Yeah, take it, nigga. Take your money back. We gonna get the kingdom.
Yep. And everybody, all the economists are talking about the CBDCs. And you're gonna have to get down with this system, and he's gonna collapse the system. You're gonna lose everything.
Yep.
Everything you're working for. You got guys spending years.
Yep.
Because they say men don't hit their stride, their financial stride to they're most valuable to 30, 35, right? That's what they say in this world. Because it takes time to build an empire, so to speak.
And look, it takes one wrong move with a woman to lose it.
I know, right? But it's gonna, they laid down with this whore, Esau Edom.
Yep.
And really, America is losing. Everything's being sold to China.
Yep.
Everything's being sold to China. You buy something off Amazon, that's coming from China, my man.
Yep.
That's a China good.
Yep.
And they, it's dirt cheap in China. They, $2-3.
Yep.
And they selling it to you for, they beating you over the head, $25.
Yep.
So, hey, this society going down the drain.
So this place up.
This is back in Matthew 6:20. I'm jumping down to verse 20 now. But lay up for yourselves. Matthew 6:20.
Right.
But lay up for yourselves treasure in heaven.
Yeah, so lay up for yourselves treasure in heaven. Once again, how do you do that? By gaining this knowledge, gaining this wisdom, and put it into action. Okay? We're working right now.
You gotta work for these treasures.
That's right.
You gotta work for these. You gotta work for any type of riches, But what we're laboring for, what we're sacrificing for. I said for. And all right, spirit.
Yep.
But we're laboring, towards, mercy, right? That's what. Yeah, exactly. Understand the mercy that comes with having this fruit.
Yep.
It's not in vain. Us laboring, staying up late, sacrificing, watching your favorite TV show. It sounds small, but it's a pleasure that a majority of people are not willing to do.
Yep.
People aren't willing to sacrifice, watching their favorite scandal show, They ain't willing to give things up.
They're not willing to sacrifice their taste buds.
Yeah.
I'm talking physically and spiritually.
Yep. It says, but lay up for yourselves treasure in heaven, where neither moth nor rough doeth corrupt. And like brothers, like the apostles and elders, this wisdom is just like, it's always something to learn. It's always a way to grow. It's always showing that it's beneficial. You know, the wisdom of Yahweh Shemal Shai is, is a standard. You know what I mean? It's just like there's a gold standard. Now this knowledge is a standard of your mannerisms in life. You know, we have the history that it's never failed those that trusted in the Lord. You know, those that lived after the manners of Yahweh Shemal Shai, after the customs, the ways of the Lord, it never failed them. So this is a proven standard.
That's right. And it starts with obedience.
Yep. No decay in this knowledge.
Yep.
It says, but lay up for yourselves treasures in heaven, where neither moth nor rust do corrupt, and where thieves do not break through nor steal.
Yeah, man. Because when we're in the kingdom, ain't nobody coming through snatching up, taking anything back from us. But that can very well happen. It does happen now. All right.
Yep.
It does. That's why you shouldn't be investing, all your time and effort into this place, man. You know, you work. You say you working your ass off. You know, thinking you're gonna put your daughter through college or your son through college. All that's gonna crumble in these last days, man.
You know that dude bringing that soda, right? Yeah. You got Jake chucking back soda before they do lessons.
Yeah.
He tosses it back. I was like, hey, there's a lot of red flags.
Clearly.
You know.
But there's a reason why we're saying to get this knowledge now, because you're going to be able to maneuver in these latter days. We know how to maneuver now.
Yeah.
Necessary patience. What is it?
Oh, necessary patience when serving the Lord
is better
than a man to live his life
without a guide. That's right. That's in Sirach.
Yep.
You know, this truth, this wisdom, going to be our guide during Jeremiah 30 and 4, through Revelation 12 and 12, or through many scriptures, prophetic scriptures that are going to happen in our lifetime, man.
Yeah, he's already coming down.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
That's what that whole banking thing is all about.
Yep.
He's coming down. That's what the whole thing in Turkey is like. Look, you guys don't get in line.
Yep.
This is the judgment.
Yep.
You know, that's what I'm gonna do to y'all.
Yep.
Yeah, y'all gotta get in line. You know. You know, he's sacrificing everything to get his blessing. And to get back his birthright.
Get back his birthright.
You know. He's trying to sacrifice.
Yeah.
You know, he going all out. So we live in those times where this knowledge is very beneficial.
Yep.
You know.
You still on the Amos 8?
Yeah. I was just gonna read Hebrew 9 symbol.
Yeah.
Verse 22.
Yeah.
Verse 21. It says okay. It says, for where your treasure is, there will your heart be also.
Yeah. So wherever you find it's a treasure, that's what your mind, your heart is going to be set upon. And your heart cannot be set upon this current age. This man says what he pushes out here for you to believe in, because it's all about to come to naught. Okay? All these NBA, these professional sports players getting these $1 million contracts. Okay, all that's going to fail them, man.
All right. Which, you know, you had a LaDainian Thomason.
No, real fast. Just like the Andrew Wiggins guy. That's why it's so important to have this knowledge. Because when you have this knowledge, you're going to want the kingdom. You know what happened there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he played for Golden State. And his wife popped out 2 kids by his best friend. And he's just now finding out that the babies ain't his. So this man like hasn't played ball like over a month or something like that. Like he went back home to Canada and he's just like on some like, who knows what he's on right now? You know what I'm saying? And that's where fighting for having this wisdom, knowing it's not gonna be like this, man.
Yep. And I was Because you go into celebrities because they're all about living big.
Yep.
You know, when you had with Damian Thomason, you know, he had his prime time, right? He was a good running back.
Yeah.
You know, but when they had did an interview on his house, he lived in a 1-bedroom house, like a normal house, and he got a little hill in his backyard that he trains behind.
Yeah.
You know, he don't got nothing too flashy. So this man, he set himself up to be, you know, he don't gotta go to CNN.
Yeah.
You know, no, I'm sorry, ESPN. I don't watch it.
I like what you mean. Yeah.
He don't gotta go, you know. So it's just like, if even just you gotta have some type of common sense. You know, if you're our people, you got people that are waist deep, and you got people that are in the sucking zone.
Yeah.
You know.
Hey, I was laughing because that Chad Chad Johnson.
Oh yeah, I was watching an interview with him.
Yeah, he was say he's like, you never fought Good Philly? He's like, no. He's like, the areas Claire's. You know that store in the mall called Claire's. He's like, I'm Claire's. He's like, nah, man, because he knew it's pointless.
Yeah, he was like, my network, you know. He's like, I'm trying to be up there, you know. He wants to live comfortably. He don't want to live beyond your means, and that's what Babylon the Great teaches you, to be irrational. You know.
That's right.
But finishing up, Matthew 6:21 says, for where your treasure is, there will your heart be also.
Yeah. So you got to question yourself now. You know, what do I find is a treasure to me? Well, some people find a treasure in many things. One is like he was going into the sports world. All right, people live and die for, you know, betting on sports and games and things of that nature. You know, on Esau, the economy. All right, on this place bouncing back. The scripture says, "Woe to them that go down to Egypt for help." You know.
Yep. So your treasure, you know, is like, you know, something you want to keep safe.
Yep.
You know, so you work towards keeping it safe. You know,
Yep.
and we have to keep our minds safe from the pollution of this world if we really wish to inherit that kingdom, right? It says, verse 22, the light of the body is the eye. If therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light.
Yeah, going back to that tunnel vision. You know, keeping your eye on the prize.
Yeah, single-minded. You know, in the sense of, you know, you have one goal.
Yep.
You know, they have this, you know, thing with people who are entrepreneurs. You know, you shouldn't be trying to pursue, you know, too many things.
Yeah.
You should knock them down as dominoes. You know, so you can put all your energy, you know, in that one light bulb, so to speak. So the light of the body, our light is Yahweh Shai. He's the light of our body, you know, and our eye is fixated upon Him in this truth, you know. You know, that's the best way I can explain it, you know.
It was like Friday when Damon was in well, he was about to get Cat Williams. Ice Cube was trying to stop us. What you doing, OG? No, first pushing the line. You know, he was had his eyes single on Cat Williams.
Chess players, all they do is play chess 24/7. Basketball players, they're in the gym playing basketball, working out, getting conditioned, being conditioned.
That mind is single. You want to go to the club? Nah,
I don't
man.
have time for that.
Nah, man.
You can't have time. You don't have time for the things of this world. No man that war can take of himself with the affairs of this world. So he doesn't be entangled. He caught in that web.
Yep.
You know, we gotta be given, you know, to be able to maneuver in this world. We've been given the wisdom to maneuver, you know, through that web.
Yep.
You know, but Amos 8:11, behold, the days come, saith the Lord Yahweh, that I will bring a famine in the land.
So the Lord's telling you that the time is coming that He's going to bring a famine, all right, in the land. That land represents right here in America. Okay. Now, as it's going to tell you, it's not this particular scripture is not talking about a famine of bread. However, there are other scriptures telling you that there will be a famine of bread. So don't get it twisted. All right. This is talking about hearing the mouthpiece of the Lord.
And this hasn't happened yet. You got guys saying, "Oh, when we discontinue from our heritage, this is when this happened." No, it hasn't happened yet. You know?
Man, it's like, man. A lot of jigs on the short verse. It's about the short verse.
I know. That's very true, though. A lot of people, you know, it's just like everybody think they know something. Like,
Yeah.
if you want to learn English, you gotta become a fool. You gotta shut up.
Yep.
But yeah, Jake came up. Dallas came like you being emotional. Oh, I understand. Well, just shut up then. You know, you came up to us asking us questions. You know,
Right.
if you got something more important to do, go do it.
Right.
You know, this is Amos. You here to learn. You don't know nothing. We told you think you learn. You here for the first time in your life. America's gonna be. So I ain't never heard that.
Right.
You know, America's army is gonna lose.
Yep.
Impossible.
It's true though.
But Amos 8:11. Behold, the days come, saith the Lord Yahweh, that I will send a famine in the land, not a famine of bread, nor a thirst for water, but of hearing the words of the Lord.
Yeah, but of hearing these prophecies, hearing this wisdom. All right, the time's gonna come where the Lord's gonna be like, you know what? Let me shut the mouths of the prophets. You know, everything's been, you know, I've sealed the elect. Okay. The Lord's gonna have to where
Yeah.
not gonna be accessible. I mean, you can see Esau shutting down the internet. You can see him shutting down pages. You know.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I was watching something. Fox News. That's yeah. You had a guy go on Fox News. He was trolling them. He created a big site and everything just to get on the news to see how gullible they were. But it was just funny. But you know, they're gonna have their news stations telling you what's going on, so they're gonna control the narrative. You know, the reason why the banks collapsed because they're keeping everybody confused. The real economists know why.
Yep.
You know, why are millionaires leaving different states? Because those societies, you know, are dying. Those cities are dying, so they're moving to more thriving cities. They're getting their monies out of the bank, you know. And a lot of people are investing in real estate. A lot of people, you know, are trying to get in with the CBDC. You know, a lot, you know, over there in Saudi Arabia. You know, they're trying to work. We trying to get in groundbreaking. You know, we trying to get our money up. You know, so it's just a lot going on. You know, I learned a lot. That World War III algorithm.
Yeah.
You know, subscribing to the pages, bro. Tell you to subscribe to, you learn a lot.
Yep.
I was like, damn.
Yep.
That's why I finally understand.
Yep.
It's just so goddamn confusion. It's like they try to act like they don't know what they're talking about. But you know, you can't trust the devil.
Right.
And that's what we're here to tell you, not to trust your enemy. This knowledge of not trusting, not bowing to the man, you know, is ultimately, you know, going to be taken off the streets.
Yep.
This is Amos 8:12. It says, and they shall wander from sea to sea,
Yep.
and from the north even to the east. They shall run to and fro to seek the word of the Lord, and shall not find it.
Yeah, why is that? Because the Lord is ultimately going to heal them. All right? They're going to be searching all over because everything that they have believed in has been failing them. And it's going to fail them. So they're going to run to what? The spiritual aspect of things. And it's going to be too late. You know, it's crazy. Someone told me, you know, times was crazy, and they was telling me how their mother was reading the Bible more, and you know, they were saying how you know, Satan fell, like he's not in heaven and all this and that.
And Satan is rolling the earth right now.
Yeah, and I was like, what?
My thing is just like, if that's true, why is Satan being talked about in Revelations.
Exactly.
Being fall from heaven. Like, the Lord didn't know about the garden.
Yeah.
So he kept him in there for a little bit. And he's still in there in the book of Job.
Yeah.
And then finally in Revelation, he kicks him out.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like he was doing dirt the whole time behind this.
Yeah.
You can, I mean, if you got an imagination, you can paint any picture.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You know, I didn't go into it with him, you know, so I was like, oh, okay. You know, because it was a woman on top of that, you know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
You know, they're not going to understand.
Yeah.
But the point, huh?
Yeah.
But the point is, times are getting so bad that people are searching for answers. The Lord's going to cut these answers off. So, I mean, the word will still be around, all right, but being able to hear it, get access to it, he's gonna make it very minimal. You know, that's why it's very important to get this wisdom now while we're still out here.
But you people don't know anything.
They don't.
You think they walk around like they know everything. They got life figured out. You don't know anything. The only thing that's on you people's mind is where's my next meal.
That's it.
That's literally the only thing on you people's mind. What am I gonna eat today? Well, you know, I might hang out by for a little bit, but when we hang out, where are we gonna eat?
Yep.
You know, it's all about food. You know? And Yahweh by Shimei Shai teaching us that man don't live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds out of the mouth of the Lord shall man live. You know?
That's right.
That's what the Lord is teaching us. That was it. That's right, come up. You want to come up, bro? Come. Okay, come. Hey, good dog, grab your sword. We're gonna switch out, brother. Just give us a moment.
But in the meantime, while the
Okay, yeah.
but yeah, like I tell you in Proverbs the 3rd chapter, happy is the man that found wisdom, and we were happy. We're happy, man, if we found this wisdom. Because now we know the end game. We know what we got to do to lead to salvation. We know what everything is about, right? A lot of people don't know what life's about. And for you so-called Negroes, Latinos, Native American Indians, it's about seeking the Lord, man, and all His righteousness, all His ways. You know?
What we're waiting for is for the Lord to come back so we can really live. You know, I was thinking about brothers like, yeah, pray, you know, for the Lord's sweet and day. Oh, man, I've been praying, you know? Yep. Praying. I've been trying to pray a lot more this week, you know? Every downtime, go ahead and send some prayers. But we're gonna switch out. Shalom.
Shalom. For now.
You can get 2 Peter 3:15, right? You know, we're gonna get into a little prophecy. You know, some of the times come, not just the times come, but the times that we're already in, right? Because the scriptures say that the Lord is going to bring plagues upon the world, man. So the times that we head into, we can get that 2 Peter 3:1, right? Because like the brother was just saying, these people don't know anything, right? Their only concern is food, hitting the streets, going out, partying, drinking, right? That's the only thing on people's mind, when their next meal, when their next drink, when their next blunt. But they don't know what's really about to hit the face of the earth and how bad these times are about to be. Yeah, 2 Timothy 3:1.
This is the book of 2 Timothy, chapter 3, verse 1. It says, "This know also that in the last days perilous times shall come."
So that in the last days, perilous times shall come, right? Are we not in the last days, right? The Lord was on the scene. When the Lord was on the scene, He was preaching what? That the kingdom of heaven was at hand, right? So how much more 2,000 years later? Right? Read one more time.
Con.
Right? The Lord always sends an example, right? There's all these people thinking about partying, hopping on the trolley, drinking, their next good time, right? Yeah, exactly, right? When the scriptures clearly say that you should be in the house of mourning, man, instead of the house of feasting, right? Lord willing, we'll get that too. Yeah, can you read that one more time, Bible?
Con. This is the book of 2 Timothy, chapter 3, verse 1. It says, "This know also that in the last days perilous times shall come."
That's right. So, like we were saying through the Spirit, the Lord was on the scene preaching that the kingdom of heaven was at hand, right? So that was how much more over 2,000 years later, right? But we know that before the kingdom comes, right? Before the kingdom comes, that what? There'll be perilous times. Things have to happen. Prophecies have to break off. And one of those things is what? That all hell, lawlessness, and chaos is going to ensue the face of the earth, man. Right? So we're in the last hours, minutes, seconds of the last days, man. Things are about to pop off. Things are already popping off, right? According to prophecy in the scriptures, man. Right? Can you get perilous? I get a definition. So, let me get it real quick. The definition of the word perilous. Yeah, I'm good. I got it. Yes, perilous, full of danger or risk, right? So the times that we're heading into are going to be perilous times. Not even the times that we're into, right? The times that we're in, right? Because it's not all bad here in America. In various places of the world, you can't even go outside without getting your hair blown off, right? Women can't walk up and down the street alone, right? Just look at what's going on in Haiti. Right? They're having gang wars in the street, right? Shootouts with the police, shootouts with other gangs. So you have to understand that first and foremost, America being the epicenter of wickedness here on the earth, right, is going to get it the worst, man. Right? But since these people can go up and down the street, get food, get drinks, party, they thinking that if they believe that that's going to happen, that it's a far time away. But in reality, we're in it, and it's only going to the Lord's only going to ramp this thing up, man. Right? Let me do that one more time. And then, I'm sorry. I was on the definition. Perilous, full of danger or risk, right? Dangerous, risky, unsafe, right? Treacherous. Let me see. Precarious, right? Dependent on chance. Uncertain. That's what we're saying through the Spirit. When it gets super crazy out here, it's just opening your door, right? You don't know what's gonna happen. You don't know what's gonna happen, or you just having to leave the house to go find food, to find something to eat. If you're in a home, right? If you have shelter in this time, well, I'm about to go leave, man. We got a scouting team that we gotta go and find something to eat, find this, find that, right? These times that's coming, right? It's gonna be the things that's taken for granted, the everyday things that are taken for granted are gonna be life and death situations when this time comes. But yeah, we good on that. You don't have to get 2 Peter right now. You can get 1 Thessalonians chapter 5, verse 3. Yep, because these times that we're preaching about, the times that we're speaking about, right, are going to catch a lot of you people when you least expect it, with your pants down. Why? Because you're totally submersed into the ways of this world, which is being ran in wickedness, right? Right? You can start at 1.
This is the book of 1 Thessalonians chapter 5, verse 1. It says, "But of the times and the seasons, brethren, ye have no need that I write unto you."
Right, because those in the know are going to be doing what? 2 Ezra 9:1. They're going to be measuring up the times diligently in itself, right? Taking the prophecies in the Bible, looking at real life events, linking them up together, and knowing what times we're in and how they should be conducting themselves, man. Right? You got it.
It says, For yourselves know perfectly that the day of the Lord so cometh as a thief in the night.
So the day of the Lord so cometh as a thief in the night, man. A thief doesn't call you and let you know when you're going to break into your house, right? He does it at the most opportune time when you least expect it, and that's how our Lord is coming back.
It says, for when they shall say peace and safety, then sudden destruction cometh upon them.
Right, when they shall say peace and safety, right? Because that's all they push, right? They always got an answer for something when things happen, right? Peace and safety. Here, take this crown, take this Maxine Waters, right? Take this, do that. They got your higher ups, right? They tell you that everything's gonna be all right as long as you do this and you do that. But what? It says, when they shall say peace and safety, then sudden destruction shall come upon them. That word sudden goes into swift, fast, quick, unexpectedly. That's how this destruction is gonna come. You read that one more time.
Yeah, it says, verse 3 says, for when they shall say peace and safety, then sudden destruction cometh upon them as travail upon a woman with child, and they shall not escape.
Yep. So that's when the destruction is going to come upon them, and like a woman who travaileth with child. You know what happens when a woman is in her 9th month, when she's close to having that baby, those birth pains, right? When that water break, those contractions come back and forth, back and forth. When those contractions come back and forth, back to back, back to back, back to back. That's how these calamities and these plagues that the Lord is going to send are going to fall upon you people in rapid succession, man. Right? A woman to tell you, right? The birth pains only get worse and worse and worse and worse. The third contraction won't let her get over the first one that she had, right? This one was worse than this, worse than that one, worse than that one, worse than that one. Why? Because she's getting closer and closer to the end all be all, which is pushing out that baby, right? And that's what's going to happen here. Yep. And that's what's going to happen here on the face of the earth. The Lord is going to have plagues and calamities and things that just happening, right? So, until what? The end all be all, that baby, which we know here in America is going to be destroyed with 200 million ICBM nuclear warheads that are going to touch down to lay the land to waste, man. Right? But before that, right, all hell and destruction is going to break loose here in America. What's up there? Read that verse one more time. If you don't mind.
This is verse 3. It says, for when they shall say peace and safety, then sudden destruction cometh upon them as travail upon a woman with child, and they shall not escape.
That's right, and they're not going to escape, right? Nobody is going to escape from this destruction that's about to befall the earth, save the elect, man, right? The 144,000 men who go out there and give up their bodies as a living sacrifice, along with the men, women, and children who sincerely believe, right? Which makes them the elect. They're the only ones who are going to be delivered from this destruction that's going to hit the face of the earth, man. Because 2/3 of the nation of Israel, right, didn't want to get right, didn't want to turn back, and then the heathens, they don't have no hope for salvation anyway, right?
Verse 4 says, but ye brethren are not in darkness, that day should overtake you as a thief.
That's right, because what? We're following the light, right? So that Lord willing, we're a part of that number, right? We see which way to go. We know how to conduct ourselves in this time, right? So that we make it out onto the other side, Lord willing, right? That's it right there. Yeah, 2nd Esdras 16. Yep. Right? Because these times that's coming, 16 and 37. Right?
Yes, you are. Take your time,
This is the
too,
book
bro.
of second. This is the book of 2nd Esdras, chapter 16, verse 37. It says, behold, the plagues draw nigh, and are not slack.
That's right. It said, behold, the plagues draw nigh and are not slack. Right? That's what's coming into the face of the earth. You can flip the page to chapter 15, is it verse 5?
It says,
The scripture said that the plagues draw nigh and they are not slack, so they're coming, man. Right? What's the plague? Let me get the definition. You got verse 5. You got it.
this is 2nd Ezra chapter 15, verse 5. It says, behold, saith the Lord, I will bring plagues upon the world, the sword, famine, death, and destruction.
The Lord said he was going to bring plagues upon the world. Right? What's a plague? A plague is something that causes continual trouble or distress, right? And that's exactly what the brother read. The sword, famine, death, and destruction. The sword being symbolic for destruction, right? Any killing instrument, right? Famine, starvation is coming. Like the brothers were just going into, that a lack of resources of food and bread and water is going to happen upon the face of the earth, right? People are going to be contemplating eating their babies real soon, man. Right? And death and destruction. So the Lord already had death and destruction with the sword and famine, but what he doubled down with more death, more destruction, right? I'm going to read this definition for plague real quick. Again, it says, cause continual trouble or distress to. That's what the Lord is going to do to the sinners of our people, man. Right? And to the rest of the heathens of the world, man. Because they didn't want to, first and foremost, the 2/3 of our people didn't want to get right, took mock and scoff against the men of the Lord, right? Misused the prophets, right? Misused this time that was allotted for them to get right, this time of grace, right? For them to get right and do what was pleasing to the Lord, instead of continuing in adding sin to sin, right? Which put us in this position in the first place, right? So when these plagues, when the scriptures say that these plagues are nigh and they're not slack, they're coming just for those people, man, right? But the Lord says something, there's nothing that can take it back, man. The Lord is not a man that he should lie, man. We got it. It's in chapter 16.
This is 2nd Ezra 16.
You go 37. Read through it.
Yep. This is verse 37. It says, behold, the plagues draw nigh and are not slack, as when a woman with child in the 9th month bringeth forth her son within 2 or 3 hours of her birth, great pains compares her womb, which pains when the child cometh forth, they slack not a moment. Even so shall not the plagues be slack to come upon the earth, and the world shall mourn, and sorrows shall come upon it on every side.
That's right, and that's what the men of the Lord are here to tell you, man, of what's to come onto the face of the earth, right? That's the second precept that liken the things that's going to happen on the face of the earth to birth pains. Why? Because that's the most that's accurate in the sense of all the things that's going to be hitting you people, right? Because y'all don't least expect it. What the scriptures say that it's going to hit you when you least expect it. That the day of the Lord is going to come as a thief in the night, right? And once they start rolling, for real, just look at the people in Haiti, the things they going through, man. Right? After the assassination of the president over there in Haiti, they was like, it just went up from there. And then it came down yet, right? And that's what you have to look forward to here in America, man. All hell and destruction and chaos ensuing this place, man. Right? Why? The scripture said, because wickedness has exceedingly polluted the whole earth, man. Right? You still in chapter 16?
2nd Ezra 8:50.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
This is the book of 2nd Ezra chapter 8 verse 50. It says, for many great miseries shall be done to them that in the latter time shall dwell in the world, because they have walked in great pride.
Right. So many great miseries shall fall on these people, man. Why? Because they walked in great pride against the Lord, man. Right? Everybody walks in pride. Everybody walks with their head up like they have all the answers, like they know everything. Right? But they don't really know how the Lord gets down, man. And he's going to cause that. You get Isaiah 13. Once you get that. But what? The Lord said he's going to cause the arrogancy of these people to cease, man. Right? Thinking that they got all the answers, walking them down the street, right? Thinking they know, they walk up on the men of the Lord, coming to teach the men of the Lord, right? But if you had the answers, you'd be somewhere set up shop and warning the people of the things that come, man. Oh yeah, the spirit. Oh yeah, that, how you see that? Ain't bad shit. 13 and 13. You should start at 11.
This is the book of Isaiah chapter 13 verse 11. It says, and I will punish the world for their evil.
Right, so punish the world for their evil, right? Come on, right?
It says, and I will punish the world for their evil and the wicked for their iniquity. And I will cause the arrogancy of the proud to cease, and will lay low the haughtiness of the terrible.
That's right. Going into our people, because what? They're following after the ways of the wicked. Esau, Edom, the so-called white man, right? Who is the devil that the Bible speaks of. They're following after him. So our people are, the Lord is going to cause that. Where do you think our people get all that pride from? He's the proudest person on the face of the earth, man, right? And they're just like they're following the devil. So what the Lord is going to call, so everybody's walking the face of the earth are just proud as hell, man. Right? Especially Esau thinking he's the God, thinking he got that God complex, but what? The Lord is going to cause all that proudness and that haughtiness, right, to a cease, man, to a halt, man. Right? The perfect way to humble somebody is show them they ain't in control of nothing, right? And that's what's going to happen. Right? When all this hell and destruction breaks loose, people are going to know just how fragile life is, man, when you're in the hands of Yahweh Shem outside, because at any moment, he can take you out of here, man. And you ain't in control of nothing. You can't stop nothing. Right? Once you're in the hands of the Lord, right, none can deliver you out of the hands of the Lord. You can get that, Deuteronomy 32, 39. You got something? Yeah, you got it.
This is the book of Hosea chapter 4 verse 6. It says, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Because thou hast rejected knowledge, I will also reject thee, that thou shalt be no priest to me. Seeing thou hast forgotten the law of thy power, I will also forget thy children.
That's right. So what knowledge, right? The wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of Yahweh Shem Yahushai, man. Right? That's why people are foolish. They're destroyed from a lack of knowledge. Us separating ourselves from the ways of Yahweh Shem Yahushai, right, destroyed us. Right? Following after the ways of the heathens destroyed us, right? Because any lifestyle outside or way of life or way of conducting yourself outside the ways of Yahweh Shem Yahushai for you Israelites, right, is a death style, is a way of death, man. It only leads unto death, right? The ways of these heathens promote sin, right? Which is what? The ways of sin is death, right? Anything contrary to the ways of Yahweh Shem Yahushai, right?
Get that Romans 6, you quoted in 23.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, you see that?
Yeah.
32 and 39. But you can hop on the Romans 6, since I quoted it. Right? And what is the ways? And now people and the Lord is going to reward you, man. The Lord is going to reward you for your actions, right? Trust me. Just because what the scriptures say, our people think just because judgment isn't executed speedily, then that means that what? That the Lord is just giving them, letting them go off scot-free. Man, me and my grandma been eating pork since I was a baby. Shrimp, crab, lobster, since I was a baby. I can't let it go. Right? Romans 6 and 23, yes. Right? I talked to Jake on the plantation. Asked me, did I eat shrimp or did I eat pork chop? Pork chop. I was like, nah, man, this just ain't for me. Man, you ain't eat pork chop? What about with hot sauce? As if that was gonna change my thing because you added hot sauce to it. Jake is simple, man. They're simple as hell, man. And it astounds them when somebody has a standard to live by. You got it.
This is the book of Romans chapter 6 verse 23. It says, for the wages of sin is death, but the
for the wages. Oh, yeah, I got it. Yep, you read that one more time.
This is the book of Romans chapter 6 verse 23. It says, for the wages of sin is death, but the gift of the Most High is eternal life through Yahushua HaMashiach our Lord.
That's right. The wages of sin are death. It's death, man. What is a wage? A wage is an earning, right? Your earnings, right? A reward, right? So with that being said, look, the Lord is going to pay everybody out, right? Whether you were on the side, can you get Ecclesiastes 12, 13? Right? So the Lord is going to pay everybody out. Everybody going to get paid out at the end of the day, right? But it's just a matter of, did you earn death and destruction, right? Or did you, like just like that precept read at the end, or did you earn salvation and deliverance, the kingdom of heaven, everlasting life, right? I mean, because we're all going to enter, as Israelites enter into the kingdom of heaven, but how are you going to get there? How's your route to the kingdom of heaven? Through a cruel, horrible, painful death, excruciating pain, starvation, right? Getting beat to a bloody pulp, right? Or any other way that the Lord imagines your death, or salvation and deliverance, man, right?
This is the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 12, verse 13. It says, let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Hear the...
Oh, you can get, I was thinking about 14. You got it.
Okay. It says, let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear the Most High and keep His commandments.
Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear the Most High, right? That's it right there. What like Brother Kabah said earlier, right? It all starts off with obedience. The fear of the Lord coincides with obedience, right? And that's it. That's the conclusion of the whole matter for you so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans to be obedient to your power, man. Right?
Yep. It says, fear the Most High and keep His commandments, for this is the whole duty of man.
This is the whole duty, right? What is the duty? A job, an obligation, right? We're obligated, right, to follow the ways of Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua, right? And talking about you Israelites, you so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans, right? The so-called Negro, Latino, and Native American man, right? Once he was in order, right, it's going to trickle down to the women and children, right?
Verse 14, it says, for the Most High shall bring every work into judgment.
Right? Everybody going to get paid out, right? But the Most High is going to bring every work into judgment, right? Whether it was righteous work, well, I'll let you finish.
It says, with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil.
Whether it be good or whether it be evil. You let them pay. I'm going to read it one time. All right. Read it one more time for me.
This is Ecclesiastes chapter 12, verse 14. It says, for the Most High shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil.
Every secret thing, so you can't hide anything from the Most High, right? Speaking to ourselves first and foremost, right? Whether you know, what did you use your time for, right? Gathering abroad, drinks, parties, eating, having sex, giving in marriage, all these things, right? Or did you use this time wisely and offer up righteous works of faith unto the Lord while you had time to get right? Right? Because we know that the opposite is going to lead you into death and destruction, man. Right? So everybody's going to get judged for their works done here on the earth, man. Right? So you just got to figure out what side of the coin you want to fall on. Death and destruction or salvation and deliverance. You got something? You got something? Okay, because I was about to, you get second Ezra 15 and 24. Yeah. Separate a little bit. right? Because this is what's going to happen to those who are not getting right with the Lord, right? There's a penalty, there's a judgment for that, right? You got it?
Yep. 2 Ezra chapter 15, verse 24 says, "Woe to them that sin and keep not my commandments, saith the Lord."
Woe to them that sin and keep not my commandments, saith the Lord. What is woe? Death and destruction, right? Death and destruction to them who are not being obedient. We just heard what the conclusion of the whole matter was: to fear the Lord and keep His commandments, right? So if you ain't doing it, right, that's putting you right in the lot of death and destruction. You got it.
Yep. It says, verse 25, "I will not spare them. Go your way, ye children, from the power. Defile not my sanctuary."
That's right. The Lord said He's not going to spare you, right? He ain't gonna have no pity, right, on anybody that's gonna have the judgment of death and destruction out here. Because what? He gave you time to get right and to repent. The Lord ain't like no other man on the face of the earth. You can play on his heart, right? I mean, I know I messed up. I know I did this. I know I did that, right? Can you just say never mind and forget about it? Right? Nah, once the Lord, because the Lord is giving you that chance right now, as a matter of fact. And through this time of grace that He's giving you that time. For you to acknowledge your offenses, right? For you to turn back, get right. Right? But if you slap His hand away during this time, that's it. Right? You're gonna get that death and destruction. You got it, bro.
It says, verse 26, "For the Lord knoweth all them that sin against Him." And,
For the Lord, it's like the Lord knoweth all them that sin against Him, right? The Lord know who you are. That's why we just read, right? Every secret thing, whether you're doing things in private, behind brothers' backs, or what may have you, or if you're still in the world but you in the closet, right? It don't matter. You can't hide nothing from the Lord. Whatever it is you're doing, the eyes of the Lord are 10,000 times brighter than the sun, man. Right? The Lord has His angels everywhere, man. Writing down, reporting, and sending a report right on up. Right? You got it.
Yep. It says, "For the Lord knoweth all them that sin against Him, and therefore delivereth He them unto death and destruction."
The Lord knows all them that sin against Him, right? He delivers them unto death and destruction, man. That cuts what's the church saying? That the Lord hates the sin but not the sinner, right? Scripture just clearly showed you what the Lord was going to do to the sinners of His people, man. As a matter of fact, can you get 1 John 3 and 6, right? You can just get it. The sinners of His people, right? I said 6. 1 John 3 and 4. Right? Some of our people, it's 2023. Some of our people still don't even know what sin is. Right? It's like, yeah. And this is what's gonna this is what's gonna happen. Right? That death and destruction is going to come to you. And once again, we're speaking to you so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans, right? And also Israelite foreigners, because Israel was scattered amongst every nation across the four corners of the earth, right? So you're going to have, it's not a color thing, right? You're going to have Israelites coming in all colors, shades, right? Looking like these different nations. But the point being, right, that you Israelites, you got it. 1 John 3 and 4.
Yep. This is the book of 1 John chapter 3, verse 4. It says, "Whosoever committeth sin transgresseth also the law."
Whosoever committeth sin also transgresseth the law, man. So what is sin? Sin is a transgression of the laws, statutes, commandments that the Lord made between He and the children of Israel, right? As a matter of fact, with that, we can get that. If you can grab, just to make the point, Leviticus chapter 26, verse 46, or Psalms 147, 1920, whichever one you get first. Just to prove, so we know what sin is, right? Sin is a transgression of the law. It's like whosoever, right? So when you read that, the simple mind or the unlearned mind will say that what? That's talking about anybody. Anybody can sin, right? But no, that's talking to a specific group of people who transgress the law, statutes, and commandments of Yahweh Bashim Yahshua. You got it.
Yep, this is the book of Leviticus 26, verse 46. It says, these are the statutes and judgments and laws which Yahweh Bashim Yahshua made between him and the children of Israel in Mount Sinai by the hand of Moses.
Right, so the Lord is talking to one particular people when it says whosoever in 1 John 3 and 4, because it says which he made, these are the law, statutes, and judgments which he made between he and the children of Israel in Mount Sinai by the hands of Moses. That's an account only to you Israelites, man. Right? You were in the wilderness. You were under captivity up under Pharaoh and the up under the Egyptians under the hand of Pharaoh. Right? He delivered you out of Egypt. Right? And no other nation. Right? So that's why you have to keep everything in context, because if you don't, right, you're gonna think that these scriptures are written for everybody when it's written for you so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans, right? So just to get that point, where are you at?
Right here now. 1 John 3 and 4.
Well, no, I got that point. Where was you at? Second Ezra. Yeah, Second Ezra 16, or Second Ezra 15 and 20. In that last verse, I know you already read it, but you just get 28 one more time.
Mm-hmm. This is the book of 2 Ezra 15, verse 28. It says, 15,
yeah, 15.
Mm-hmm. It says, verse 28 says, behold, an horrible vision.
Oh, well, go up one. Sorry.
Okay.
To live me unto death and destruction. Oh, 15 and 24. Though. Read, Shalom, bro. Shalom. Read, 26. I'm sorry, that's my fault.
Okay, yep. 2 Ezra 15, verse 26, it says, for the Lord knoweth all them that sin against him, and therefore delivereth he them unto death and destruction.
That's right. So who's he talking to? He's talking to you Israelites, man. You so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans, man, who are the true biblical Hebrew Israelites. You are the ones who sinned against them. You are the one who forsook the ways of Yahweh Bashim Yahshua, right? And he knows everybody, whether you're doing it in secret or whether you're doing it blatantly and willingly, right? Sinning against the Lord. The judgment is the same, right? Or if you're doing it ignorantly. But everybody's going to hear this word. Everybody's going to come across this, right? This truth in some shape, form, or fashion, right? And if you don't get with it, if you don't repent, if you don't turn back, the result of that is death and destruction. Man, woman, and child. Right? You finished that, right? Did you finish that one? Yeah. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's like I thought you said no. You can get Proverbs 13 and 21, right? Because the brother quoted this earlier, right? These are the things that are going to pursue the evildoers of you so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans, man. Again, the Lord does hate the sinner, right? And if you're sinning against the Lord, right? Because we all sin against the Lord, right? But not willingly. There's things that we can't control. Being here in captivity, there's things that that just happen, right? Because it's out of our control. So with the Lord, with the fabrics, right? We don't make our own clothes, right? We don't do all these working on the Sabbath. You're gonna tell your boss that every week you have to take off that week, and then you know what I'm saying, you're gonna get fired at the end of the day. You're gonna tell your boss that you working at Burger King, but you ain't putting no bacon on no sandwiches, right? You're gonna get fired. So there's things that are just out of our control that we just got to eat it, right? We put ourselves in this predicament. That's why this wisdom, knowledge, understanding is, is the principle of all, is the principal thing, right? Because we can complain about all these things, but then, we have to understand that what? It was us that fell away from the Lord that put us in this position in the first place. We're here serving the punishment, and we just got to go through it until the Lord comes back and delivers us out of it.
This is the Proverbs chapter 13.
I'm sorry. What you holding right there? Deuteronomy?
I'm holding Deuteronomy 30 verse.
So you read that. Yeah, Salaki, because I told you to hold that. That's my.
Yep. It says, this is the book of Deuteronomy 30 verse 15. It says,
32 and 39.
the book of Deuteronomy 32, verse 39. It says, see now that I, even I, am he, and there is no God with me. I kill and I make alive. I wound and I heal.
Right. The Lord said, it is I, even I am he. There is no God with me. So there ain't no other gods in the heavens making decisions with the Heavenly Father, man. Right? Buddha, Allah, Santa Maria, right? Baphomet, right? All these idols, and none of these gods living, right? Y'all had a born date, right? They're like the apostle Gabar always say, man, the Allah, Buddha, right? Any of these other idols was a figment of somebody's imagination, man. Right? You got it.
It says, neither is there any that can deliver out of my hand.
Right, and that was the point, right? Because we read that the descendants of the Lord's people would be delivered unto death and destruction, right? Because once the Lord, right, has you in his crosshairs, there's nothing that you can do to get out of it. The Lord is omnipotent, right? He's in control of all things, right? And it's him that's in control of killing and making alive. You know, when you see on the news, oh, the devil took my baby. I can't believe he did this or did that. No, the devil didn't do anything. Don't nothing happen on the face of the earth unless it's signed off by the Heavenly Father. Of course, there's an order in which things happen and how they happen. But what? At the end of the day, nothing happens outside of the will of the Heavenly Father, man. Yahweh Bashem Yahushai. Yeah, you got it.
This is the book of Zephaniah chapter 3 verse 5. It says, the just Lord is in the midst thereof. He will not do iniquity. Every morning doeth he bring his judgment to light. He faileth not, but the unjust knoweth no shame.
That's right. So there is no iniquity in anything that the Heavenly Father does, man. He is just in his judgment, man. Right? So if you see a woman get put to death and she's pregnant and her and the baby die, well, or be deleted, it's like then that's just, it is what it is, right? We don't have the same understanding as the Heavenly Father, or as to why somebody gets judged or how it is, or
That actually happened.
oh yeah,
Yeah, was talking about last week, lady. The baby died inside of her, and she held it in until she died.
Yep. That'll happen. Exactly. And that's a judgment of the Lord. People might think that's cruel or dang, that's. I mean, hey, the Heavenly Father knows all things, so He knows who deserves what and why. Right. So when things happen, right, us being in the flesh, you might think like, dang. Especially some of the stuff that be coming through the chats and stuff, we be seeing how people be getting deleted. You're like, dang. Well, hey, look, if the Lord said it, then hey, look, it is what it is, right? And that's what's going to happen to our people who don't repent and turn back, right? Because we have if you can finish that. Yeah. Oh, you done with it, right? Right. So the point, you get Isaiah 55 and 6. Verses 5 and 7. Because we have generations of this iniquity and this sin built up, right? So that when the Lord, in this time when the Lord enacts His vengeance upon this place, when the Lord comes to judge the sinners of His people, that's why we have to do what this scripture is about to say, because we don't want to get judged for all the lifetimes and times that we were, all those things that are going to befall us in this time. We don't want to have to pay that bill or pay that tab. We're trying to get that clean slate. You got it.
This is the book of Isaiah chapter 55 verse 6. It says, seek ye the Lord, Yahweh Hashem Yahushai, while He may be found. Call ye upon Him while He is near.
Seek ye the Lord while He may be found. Call ye upon Him while He is near. So what's that saying, right? We know that if you don't seek the Lord, right, what'll happen, right? 2 Chronicles 15 and 12 and 13, right? Whosoever who don't seek of the, yeah, that's it, right?
No, get it.
Oh yeah, you get it, right? I don't want to butcher it, right? It should be 15 and 12. right? Because there's a judgment, there's a price to pay for not seeking the Lord, right? And we don't want to have to, you know, everybody's going to fall on their attack, no matter who you are. We're still held to this agreement, to this standard, still to this day, right?
Second Chronicles 15 verse 12, it says, and they entered into a covenant to seek Yahweh power of their fathers with all their heart and with all their soul.
That's right. Just read Exodus 24:6 on down to 8, right? We made an agreement, we made a covenant with the Heavenly Father to be obedient to His word, man. Right? And we did it with all our heart and with all our soul. So we were head for it. We were all for it. Right? You got it.
Yeah. It says, verse 13 says that whosoever.
It's like it. The things that we're saying, the things that we're bringing out ain't nothing new, right? To you, right? The Lord just discontinued us from our heritage, from forsaking Him and going off. So now the things that our people were accustomed to, our customs, our traditions, the things we do, this wasn't passed down into generation and generation. We fell off more and more and more and more and more, right? Because the Lord hid Himself from us, man. You got it.
It says, verse 13 says that whosoever would not seek Yahweh power of Israel.
This is the details of the agreement. That whosoever would not seek Yahweh B'Hashem Yahweh Shai, power of Israel, right? Because the Lord is only dealing with one nation of people. The God of the Bible has one chosen people here on the face of the earth.
It says, should be put to death, whether small or great, whether man or woman.
Right? So any of you so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans, right? And Israelite foreigners, like we went over through the Spirit, right? Who are not following after, who are not seeking unto the Lord, Yahweh B'Hashem Yahweh Shai, right? And keeping His ways, should be put to death. Whether small or great, whether you're high in the society as an Israelite, right? You got your LeBron Jameses, your Oprah Winfreys, your Kevin Harts, it goes on and on and on, your Gabrielle Unions, your Beyoncés, your Nicki Minaj's, your Cardi B's, right? Your Leo Messi's, your Oscar De La Hoya's, your Miguel Cotto's, right? It doesn't matter, or whether you're small in the society, right? Whether you're a middle-aged worker, right? Every day living paycheck to paycheck every week, right? Or whether you're eating out of a garbage can, right? Not knowing where your next meal gonna come. If you fall under the sea line of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the chosen sea line, and you're not seeking unto your power, Yahweh B'Hashem Yahweh Shai, the judgment prescribed for that is death. Whether small or great, whether man or woman. And we are still held to this day, man. Right? Then nothing changed, right? Malachi 3:6, but I'm the Lord and I change not. Right? Lord ain't gonna switch up His program. Right? What do you got? Oh yes, yeah, that was the point. That's the point.
Okay, gotcha. Said, this is Isaiah 55 verse 7. It says, let the wicked forsake his way, and the unrighteous man his thoughts.
Right, the wicked, right? Talking about our people, talking about the wicked of our people, right? Because the wicked, again, is Esau eating the so-called white man, but he has no room for repentance, right? He has no hope for salvation or deliverance or anything like that. So this is talking to the wicked of our people who are falling after the ways of the wicked Esau Edom, right? It says, let the wicked man forsake his way. You got it. And the unrighteous man, his thoughts.
It says, and let him return unto Yahweh B'Hashem Yahweh Shai, and He will have mercy upon him, and to our power, for He will abundantly pardon.
See? For He will abundantly pardon, right? The Lord has given us a get out of jail free card, right? He's given us this time that we're in right now. He's given it to us, this time period, this time of grace. Because when you have a time of grace, when you have a grace period, right, you don't continue in it, right? You don't continue in accumulating debt, right? When you're in the grace period, when you fall behind on a bill or something like that, you don't continue to not pay to get right. That grace period is giving you the time to get right. So when it comes to the Lord and His grace period that He's allotted for us to get right, you don't continue to add sin to sin to sin. Anybody who's using their grace period or saying that their grace period allows them to willfully sin, what the dietary law, the law, like none of the laws are in effect, right? And this and that, and you can do this and you can do that against the Lord, right? It's foolish, man. Because why would you continue to do the things that piss the Lord off in the first place to put you in this situation in the time of grace that He gave you? It don't make sense, right? You use this time of grace to get right and do the things that's pleasing to the Lord, and you find those things out through the scriptures, right? Right? And what it says, Isaiah 55:6, it says, "Seek ye the Lord where He may be found, and call ye upon Him while He is near." How do you do that? Is the Lord on the face of the earth? You gotta get the plane ticket. You gotta get the boat to go and find Him. He playing hide and go seek until you find Him and sit down and have a conversation with Him. No, He has men set up, right? That you learn from, man. Amos 3:7, Hebrews 1:1, St. Luke 1:70, 1 Samuel 9:9, right? We knew these things as a people. That if you had a question, that you need to inquire of the Lord, what would you do? You would go see the prophet, right? So that's what it means to seek the Lord, right? To call you upon Him while He is near, right? While He still has His men out here in the highways and byways, right? Like the brothers was just going into earlier, Amos 8:11, because this word, this message, right? This warning that's being issued out is not going to be accessible to you forever, man. The Lord is not going to have His men out here on the streets when there's tanks rolling up and down the streets, when there's UN troops kicking in doors. The Lord ain't going to have us out here preaching in where all hell and destruction is breaking loose on the streets of America, right? So this message, this warning is time sensitive for you so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans, right? What that? That was Isaiah 55? Did you finish it? Yeah, you can get Proverbs 13:21. That kind of went off a little bit. So bring it back to the point, all the things that we were reading about, all this hell that's coming loose, the perilous times, the death and destruction, that's the wrath of the Lord that's going to be hitting the earth, right? The plagues, the sword, the famine, the death and destruction, it's all prescribed for those who don't want to get right. Those of you so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans, that this evil, right, like the brother quoted earlier, you got it.
This is the book of Proverbs chapter 13, verse 21. It says, "Evil pursueth sinners, but to the righteous good shall be repaid." Right?
So did we read that earlier that everybody's gonna get their earnings? Right? Everybody's gonna get their wage, right? Everybody's gonna get their earnings. Everybody's gonna get their reward, whether it's for good or whether it's for wickedness. And it said what? Evil pursueth the sinners. What's evil? Eve meaning time, ill meaning bad. Bad times are going to pursue the sinners of the Lord's people, man. Can you get Isaiah 45:7? It's either 7 or 17. Right? Because it said evil pursueth the sinners, right? Right, because we were going into it, because I had said that our people still think that the Lord hates the sin, but not the sinner. But on the contrary, man. Right? The sinners of the Lord people have a lot to answer for, man. What is it? Yeah, that's it. Yeah?
It's the book of Isaiah chapter 45, verse 7. It says, "I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, Yahweh Bahashim Yahushai, do all these things."
That's right. I, Yahweh Bahashim Yahushai, do all these things. So the God of the Bible does all these things. He said, "I create peace and I create evil." Right? So when we read precepts that say evil pursueth the sinners, right? That's letting you know that the Lord is sending out that evil to those sinners, man. It's the Most High that's orchestrating that, right? He creates peace. He creates evil, right? So to say that the Lord doesn't hate the sin, doesn't hate the sinner, He only hates the sin, right? That's not according to the scriptures, man. Right? You sin against the Lord, your judgment is death. You so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans, man. Right? And these evil times, these perilous times that we're heading into, right, is coming for you, right? Where's that? Okay, yeah. You get Sirach 12 and 6. Yeah. Because first and foremost, you so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans, right? This judgment that's coming, this wrath that's coming, again, these heathens have no hope. They shouldn't expect any salvation or deliverance from Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai. Why? Because the Lord is only dealing with one nation of people, and then even in that nation, He's only dealing with the elect. Right?
It's the book of Sirach, chapter 12, verse 6. It says, "For the Most High hated sinners, and will repay vengeance unto the ungodly."
Right? For the Lord hateth sinners. That's it right there. Right? For the Lord hateth sinners, and He's going to repay. Read that again.
Yep. This is the book of Sirach, chapter 12, verse 6. It says, "For the Most High hated sinners, and will repay vengeance unto the ungodly."
That's right. So the Lord's going to repay you back for that. For you, sinning against Him, right? He ain't gonna let you off scot-free for that. He gonna get you, right? Again, right? Because judgment isn't executed speedily. Our people think that you can just do whatever you want when it comes to the Lord, man. Right? You get Sirach 5 and 4. Yep. It just goes right into that.
This is the book of Sirach, chapter 5, verse 4. It says, "Say not, I have sinned, and what harm hath happened unto me."
That's what our people say. I've been smoking weed my whole life. I've been sleeping with the next man's wife. That's how I get off. Right? I think the brother Kabbalah had a testimony like that too, but I knew plenty of guys like that. They only wanted women. I got some on my plantation right now. They only want the woman if she's taken. Right? And they say, what has happened to me? I've been worshiping white Jesus my whole life. What's gonna happen to me? Right? Obviously what I'm doing is right because the Lord hasn't judged me yet. But no, that's not the truth. Right? You got it.
It says, "For the Lord is long suffering, He will in no wise let thee go."
Right. You can't put a time on the Lord. The Lord transcends time, right? You can't put, it's been thousands of years, so we must have been doing it right. The Lord ain't judged me yet. My people been doing this and doing these customs and doing this and doing that. If it's contrary to the Lord, trust me, the Lord ain't forgot about it, right? The Lord just said He was going to repay the ungodly, right? You have a tab that's about to be overdue. It's going to be time to pay up, right? The Lord is long suffering. He can go thousands and thousands of years, right? Or however long a lifetime that it takes to get you back, right? Ain't no what's the law here in America? If you delete somebody, but they don't catch you for a certain amount of time, then you get discovery or a statute of limitation, right? They don't fall with the Lord. The Lord is going to judge everyone that has sinned against Him, right? And the Lord ain't going to forget. You got one more time with it? You finished it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you good. You get Amos 9 and 8. I'm sorry. It's like, we didn't read that? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, you got it.
This is the book of Sirach, chapter 12, verse 6. It says, "For the Most High hateth sinners, and will repay vengeance unto the ungodly, and keepeth them against the mighty day of their punishment."
That's right. The Lord has a specific day where you're going to be, okay. You're going to, yeah, it's like,
I mean,
nah, you get the Lord, trust me, that day is going to come. The Lord has a specific day picked out for your judgment, man. Right? He ain't going to forget about it. Amos 9 and 8, yep. Going into the sinners of the Lord's people. The Lord ain't gonna let nothing get by, man. Right? Jojo saying all that to say, right? It will behoove you so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans to repent. Right? Because you're gonna pay that tab at the end of the day. You're gonna catch that judgment, right? Unless you be a part of that number, right? Lord willing, we be a part of that number of the elect, right? You got it.
Yep. This is the book of Amos, chapter 9, verse 8. It says, behold, the eyes of the Lord Yahweh are upon the sinful kingdom.
Right. The sinful kingdom, America, right? The eyes of the Lord, the angels, right, are upon the sinful kingdom. Again, America is the epicenter of wickedness here on the face of the earth, man. Right? So there's all manner of wickedness going on here. And here in North America is where the bulk of you Israelites are, man. Right?
It says, and I will destroy it from off the face of the earth.
Again, the Lord says he's going to destroy it from off of the face of the earth. We had said it earlier, right? That the destruction of America, right? 200 million ICBM nuclear warheads are going to touch down here in America due to the Third World War, right? That's going to be fought with the nuclear arsenal, man. Right? Those nukes aren't being built just to be put on display, right? This last war, where the scriptures say that this last war, but this will be fought with the burning and fuel of fire, right? That's how this Third World War is going to it's going to be fought. And what America's destruction is going to be that nuclear destruction, right? Right.
It says, and I will destroy it from off the face of the earth, saving that I will not utterly destroy the house of Jacob.
Right. So that's the hope right there. That's what we have hope in. The Lord says he's not going to utterly destroy the house of Jacob. We want to fall into that lie, to where we don't have to succumb to this hell and destruction and plagues that the Lord is going to bring upon the earth. And then ultimately, we don't want to taste that fire, man. Right? We don't want to have to be a part of that. We want no part. You got it.
Yep. Saith the Lord.
On that. Oh, you can keep going. What verse was that? 8?
Yeah.
Yeah, you keep going on that. What does it say? This says the sins of my people. Oh, verse 10. You can jump down to verse 10.
Yep.
Just get that. I got one more. That's it.
Yep. This is the book of Amos 9. Going to verse 10. It says, all the sinners of my people shall die by the sword, which say the evil shall not overtake nor prevent us.
Yep. Yep. And that's it, right? That's letting you know right there that the Lord is not dealing with the sinners of you so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans, right? Oh, that only God can judge me, spirit. I'm gonna do whatever the hell it is I want to do because the only person that can check me, the only person that can judge me is the Most High, right? Okay, then you're gonna have to eat it because this is the judgment for you sinners of the Lord's people. And I'm gonna get one more. Get Isaiah 55, Isaiah 56, and the last chapter of Isaiah, verses 15 and 16. Because that two-part spirit that only God can judge me, spirit, right, is going to leave you in a world of pain, right? With this last scripture, we're going to show you how the Lord is going to give it up in these times, man.
Yep. This is the book of Isaiah 66, verse 15.
Yeah, 66, right.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 66, verse 15 says, for behold, Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai will come with fire, right, and with his chariots like a whirlwind.
The Lord is going to come back with fire and like his chariots like a whirlwind. And the chariots of the Lord are what the world ignorantly calls UFOs, right? Those are the spiritual vehicles of the angels, man. Right? You got it.
It said, to render his anger
with... It's like a whirlwind. So when those chariots come, think of, what's the Tom Cruise movie? World War Z? I mean, not World War Z. Yeah, War of the Worlds, right? How those chariots was going around zapping people to dust, right? With that concentrated fire beams coming down from the bottom. That's how the Lord is going to be getting down. When the whirlwind comes through, it don't come through to make peace. It comes to destroy, man. That's how the Lord, that's the type of time the Lord's going to be on. You got it.
It says, to render his anger with fury and his rebuke with flames of fire.
To render means to give, right? To render his anger, because the Lord is angry, right? To render his anger with fury, right? And his rebuke with flames of fire. That's how the Lord is going to be rebuking you people, man, who don't want to get right, of you so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans, man. The Lord is going to be rebuking you with flames of fire. When you didn't want to take the rebuke that only God can judge me, spirit, right? You didn't want to take the rebuke of the men, right, that he set up, right? You wanted to take straight judgment from the Lord. Well, this is going to be the judgment of the Lord. You got it.
It says, for by fire and by his sword would the Lord plead with all flesh.
For by fire and the sword, right? And on the left-hand side, the sword of the Lord is Esau Edom, right? The so-called white man. And when he comes down, right? Revelation 12:12, right? He's going to come down with great wrath because he knows that he had but a short time, right? These are all instruments. These ICBM nuclear missiles, these are all weapons of the Lord's indignation, man. Again, this is his story, right? You got it.
It says, and the slain of the Lord, Yahweh Hashem Yahushai, shall be many.
And the slain of the Lord, Yahweh Hashem Yahushai, shall be many, right? What is the word slain? Slain is past tense for the word slay, and slay means to kill. So the Lord is coming back to kill, right? It said the slain of the Lord shall be many. That word many is an innumerable amount. So the amount of people that the Lord is going to have killed out here, you can't even put a number to, man, right? But just know that number is going to be in the majority compared to those who are saved and make it, man. Right? Was that it on that?
Okay.
Right? For the slain of the Lord shall be many. So look, man, the moral of the story, repent, turn back, and fear the Lord, man. I'm going to pass it on to the next brother, Shalom.
Damn, it's lucky. It's all right. I didn't even want this.
Coconut water?
Yeah, it's lucky.
There's only one really good coconut water.
Really?
Yeah, I can't drink them.
Yeah.
I just don't like Pope.
But can you get Ephesians 6 and 10?
Yeah, I get it, man.
It's Ephesians chapter 6, verse 10. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might.
I say, so finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord. Talking about the believers of Yahweh Shema Shai, we gotta be strong, in Yahweh Shema Shai, leaning upon this truth, leaning upon the Lord for help, for assistance, for guidance. As we see the evil days approaching, as we are in the midst of a high-level spiritual warfare where your enemies, are constantly, sitting up curses upon you, constantly sending up evil enchantments for you to get sick, for you to fall under, temptation, right? So we have to be strong in the Lord and the power that we've been given, this our faith, this wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, right? The scripture say, I, wisdom, dwell with prudence. The wisdom of Yahweh Shema Shai is dwelling with the prudence, those that fear the Lord, right? It says, I am strength. This wisdom is our strength. Wisdom strength of a man more than 10 mighty men in the city, right? So this wisdom is our defense, especially as we see the times, getting harder and harder, right?
I appreciate it.
Go ahead.
Psalms 46 and 1 says, Yahweh is our refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble.
That's right. Yahweh Bahashem, Yahweh Shai is our refuge. As danger approaches, we gotta run to that refuge. You got storm cellars, right? You got bunkers. Well, Yahweh Shema Shai, he's our refuge. And in the times of trouble, he's going to show himself. He's going to be present during those times of trouble. Let's get Daniel 12 and 1. He's a very present help. Our Lord is alive and well. What's that? Psalms 115 and 3. Our help coming from the Lord that made heaven and earth. We know.
That too?
Yeah. We're not looking at anything around us, for assistance. Get Psalms first. I think it's Psalms 115.
Psalms 115. not unto us, O Lord, not unto us, but unto thy name give glory for thy mercy and for thy truth's sake. Wherefore should the heathen say, where is now their God?
Because you gotta understand, the heathen are coming together in one consent. They know our God is Yahweh Shema Shai, and they get the victory. And the Lord just leave us here in America to be sea-hipped, you know, for the whole world to come under the obedience of Esau, Edom. The heathens will never let it go. They're always gonna be boasting against, you know, how they beat the God of the Hebrews. They beat the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So now for our sakes, you know, but for your holy name's sake, you know, come back and deliver us. Go ahead.
Psalms 115:2, it says, wherefore should the heathen say, where is now their God? But our power is in heaven.
But our power, our strength is coming from the heavens. Yahweh Shema Shai with the holy angels. Right? Go ahead.
Yep, it reads on. It says, he have done whatsoever he have pleased.
Yeah, the Lord is doing whatsoever he pleases down here upon earth. Jump to, it's not that. That was the wrong one. That was the one. But 118. 118 is what you say? That Psalms 118, verse 3. That's it. I'll look for it real quick.
Okay. Well, I'll bring that down 12 to the way.
I got it right here. Yeah. Psalms 121.
Psalms 120. Huh?
You off there. You can start at the top, yeah.
Psalms 121:1. I will lift up my eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. It says, my help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth.
That's right, and that's what we gotta know as we are coming into these times of trouble. Our help coming from Yahweh Shema Shai, which made the heavens and the earth. Get 2 Corinthians 5:7 real quick.
Book of 2 Corinthians.
So it's going to take a high level of faith in the Heavenly Father and His only begotten Son to overcome in these last days. You know, as martial law troops are going to be, we don't care if you believe. You know, we don't care. You know, go ahead.
2 Corinthians 5:11. It reads, knowing therefore the terror of the Lord, we persuade men.
Knowing therefore the terror of Yahweh Shema Shai, 5:7, bro. Knowing therefore the terror of the Lord, we persuade men. We threaten you with the words of Yahweh Shema Shai. We're threatening you with these words, this knowledge. And we know the terror. We've been warned of the terror, and therefore we are here to deliver unto you a message, you know, and let you know what's up. And for you to get the victory in these last days, you're going to have faith in the God of the heavens and the earth. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
You're good.
2 Corinthians 5:7. For we walk by faith, not by sight.
For we walk by faith, not by sight. You know, everybody's so caught up by how much money they got in the bank. You know, where they crash in the bank system. You know, everybody's caught up on the here and now, how they look, right? How their future is looking in their eyes. You know, we're walking by faith, not by the sight of the things that we see in the society. Because if you are looking into the society, you'll bug out. Because everything is looking grim, right? If you truly look at it, right? And not just be fooled by this American dream that you can get, you know, all of these side hustle gigs, right? Everybody's a professor or something. You know, make $600 a day doing this. Why you ain't doing it?
Exactly.
Well, why you ain't doing it then?
Why are you giving it away?
I know, right?
It's take away from you, my man.
If it's so valuable, why aren't you doing it?
Right.
You know, you telling me I can buy a house for $500 and then flip it for $200,000? That don't make sense.
Did you hear about that in San Francisco?
Oh yeah,
the reparation thing that they're doing.
Oh no, I didn't hear about the reparation.
Yeah, it's some crazy thing like when you buy it's either $1 or $5 to buy a house.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they're gonna give them like some other money on top. I'll show you.
Yeah. But this is I was talking about something else. Like people, you know how there might be a tax owed on the property.
Oh yeah.
They come and
Yeah.
buy the property tax.
Yeah, and then
they flip it.
yeah.
Come on, bro. Well, if
They
you
trigger that thought.
yeah, but if you're doing that, then well, why you got me YouTube videos? Follow me on TikTok because you get ad revenues. You're trying to make money there. You know, so it's just like it's all a big scam. And everything about Babylon the Great is a big scam. This society is falling. But go ahead, read that 121 again.
121 is all you want in 2 Corinthians?
Yeah, verse 7, right?
Yeah.
Yep. The just shall live by his faith, you know?
So back in Psalms 121 and 1, I will lift up my eyes to the hills from whence cometh help. Verse 2, my help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth.
That's right. So our help is coming from the Lord that made the heavens and the earth. You know, we're going to need help, you know, as martial law troops are coming. They're going to come and put things in order, because once they collapse this system, all hell is going to break loose. You know, you watch these movies, you know, you watch that show, Black Summer, right? There was a rumor, you know, when you watch the show, you know, they talking about a horde of zombies a mile long, and everybody's getting scared and nervous. They'll never show you it though, but they fight them, they beat them somehow, right? They'll never show you it, but there's always a boogeyman. You know, like who's the real enemy here? You know, it's just like ain't never everybody come together. It's just like, oh, there's hell, all hell breaking loose, and people are liars. You know, people are like, oh, you know, you brought with me, and then before you know it, they tell them to get out of the car. You know, so it's just like all hell is gonna break loose. If this financial grid break down and the power go out, those lights go out in Babylon, all hell is gonna break loose. It's gonna be a dog-eat-dog world out here, even more than it is now.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Psalms 121 and 3. It says, he will...
Is that it? Yeah, that's actually good. I forgot what the chapter goes into. But go ahead, keep reading.
Lord preserve us. Psalms 121 and 3. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber.
That's right. He read again. Read it one more time.
Psalms 121 and 3. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved.
He will not suffer our foot to be moved. You know, to fall off that rock, Yahweh Shai, and to fall into the pit, the traps of the wicked. You see, he's not going to suffer us to be moved. You know, he's going to have us steadfast, grounded. You know, and believing in him. Go ahead.
It says, he that keepeth thee will not slumber.
That's right. He that keepeth thee, Yahweh by Shema Shai, is the one that's keeping us. He's the one that's preserving us.
Yep.
You know, and he's protecting us through all of these trials and tribulations that brothers go through, all the elements a brother may have. You know, all the weight on your mind, you know, being slumped, you know, being all down and out. The Lord is gonna preserve you through all of that, even more during the times of trouble, when you're gonna hear gunshots outside of your house. You know, it's gonna be a normal thing. You're gonna hear people howling in the night for help. You know, cries. You see, he that keepeth thee shall not slumber. The Lord ain't gonna sleep. He ain't gonna slumber. You know, he's going to rise in haste and deliver us, right, by his holy angels. You got Daniel?
Yeah.
Go
Daniel, chapter 12, verse 1. And at that time Michael shall stand up, the great prince was standing for the children of thy people.
And at that time shall Michael stand up, the Michael the archangel, the head angel under Yahweh Shai. He's going to stand up and defend the remnant of his people. When all hell's breaking loose. Go ahead.
It says, Daniel 12 and 1, and there should be a time of trouble, such as never was since there was a nation.
And there should be a time of trouble. You know, like the world was never seen before. You know, it's gonna be chaos not only here in America, but all across the four corners of the earth. The whole earth is gonna be in chaos. You know, this is an NW. It's a world order, right? That's what they're bringing. You know, so all hell across the whole four corners of earth is gonna be breaking loose. China, right? Anywhere, they're trying to set up these systems and they don't have them fully in place. Hell is gonna be breaking loose. You know, war is gonna be going out in the world. You know, you still got the draft. Can't forget about the draft, right? So that's how we know they're gonna be able to implement. That's why brothers are going. They're gonna be able to implement these systems for a little bit. You know. Oh, that's what I was thinking about earlier. They have this new credit card. You know, it's a voluntary thing, right? It's a credit card, so everything's digital on it, of course, right? And it's a carbon card. It's a carbon footprint card. So track your carbon foot. So it don't cut you off when you run out of money. It cuts you off when you exceeded, you know, your carbon footprint use. You know, and it's for people who want to help, you know, with their carbon footprint emissions, their carbon emissions, right? So they're really pushing this thing. You know, we come into the third world. We come into heavy restrictions, right? So things are gonna get tight. You know, it's gonna come into a time they might start rationing food, right? You're gonna have to depend on Yahweh Shema Shai. You know.
Right back on what you said, South Korea saw this morning. So they had over 800,000 troops.
She did pretty good. Yeah, well, yeah. Honestly, I'll settle on
fight against America.
Damn, 800, they're ready to go. And these Americans ain't ready. You got people trying to leave the military. Every you know, person in the military I talk to is trying to get out. It's a scam. You know, they use you. You know, so they trying to get out of there. America is falling. The spirit of America is finished.
It's Matthew 24:21.
Oh, they got 15-minute cities.
Yeah.
You can't forget about those.
Yeah.
You know, these 15-minute cities. I mean, damn, it's like they might be. I mean, I don't know if they can be able to set up in Babylon, but other parts of the world they might. You know, we don't know. That's a bold thing in Babylon, though. You know, they over here getting pushback from, you know, the LDs. You know, people are still outside. You know, niggas throwing parties.
I was thinking about that.
If niggas throwing a party, he gonna be like, oh hell.
What was that? Chicago? Was it LA?
I think it was New York. I think it was over there in New York. I mean, there was a few of them. You know, tell them to go up the block saying you ain't breaking no laws.
Yeah.
Cause you ain't. It's an experiment. Got it.
I put with Matthew 24:21. For then shall be great tribulation, such as was not since the beginning of the world to this time, no, nor ever shall be.
Yeah. When was there any more?
Yeah.
I was gonna take it Mark 13 and
Mark.
19. I like how Mark said it.
Yeah.
Ever since I read that in Mark, I was like, this. Well, Mark, I like how Mark said it.
Mark 13.
It was scribed it, you know.
Yep. And in 19 it says, for in those days shall be afflictions.
In those days in the days that I was talking about, the days that we're coming into, the perilous times.
Yep.
In those days that we're fastly approaching, the days that we're entering into, it shall be afflictions. Where everybody's all joy and mirth and folly. Wear green, you know, or be pinched. You know, and to be honest, bro, I remember the streets used to be flooded. I was a little nervous about finding parking. I was letting you get down here a little early so I can get some parking. You know, and it's like, I was like, damn, there ain't nobody down here. You know, not like it used to be. You know, you remember the days, bro. I was like, hey, I remember you could do Uber back in the day. You make a killing on tonight. All weekend long. Yeah, the mirth is leaving the streets. So in the days that we're, you know, like scripts like said, we're in the beginning of sorrows. So people are already starting to feel it. You know, read again from the top.
Yeah, this is Mark 13 and 19. It says, for in those days shall be afflictions.
In those days shall be afflictions, right? Got coffee in his hand, you know. You should be happy.
Yeah,
That's
I was
like-
just thinking though, why you look so fucking.
You remember back in the day, you got a little cup of iced coffee,
Yeah.
everybody, you know?
You got a smile on your face with fakes.
They just know, you know? No, just tell them what they're going through. But,
They have wisdom, so they're miserable. Mark 13 and 19. For in those days shall be affliction, such as was not from the beginning of creation, which Yahweh created unto this time, neither shall be.
That's right. Since the Heavenly Father set man upon the earth, the times that we're coming to has never been this bad.
Right.
You know? And a lot of flood-like behavior is going on. Like brothers like to say, a lot of flood-like behavior. You know, love of many waxing cold, people stabbing each other in the back, iniquity abounding, right? These are things that are happening. You know, they are teaching, they're programming you how to react.
Oh,
Because people don't think for themselves. People are from a young age in America programmed. It's literally the Matrix. When you watch that new Matrix movie, you know they got that actor. He's supposed to be a funny actor, right? At the end of the movie, and he's like, you really think they're gonna refuse the world that I created for them? You know what I mean? And that movie ain't all that good, but it's heavy because you got the men with the spiritual power. You know, we already got that spiritual power on the level, and Jake has yet to refuse the world that Esau Edom has made for them. You know, that the power has been given to them, you know? I know, right? She's doing too much. That's enough.
it says, verse 20 says, and except that the Lord has shortened those days, no flesh should be saved. For the elect's sake, whom he hath chosen, he hath shortened the days.
That's right. He shortened Esau's time span to rule. You know, and you see the time literally speeding up.
Yep.
You know, you know, Jake. You know, because scripts say, "Hope deferred, make it the heart sick." So the Lord is speeding up time for us. You know, so we don't be consumed by the afflictions that are coming. Because this man is just he's it's a controlled demolition like brothers are going into, you know, with this whole baking thing. Because his goal is to bring down the whole system, but he's doing it in stages. You know, he's making people lose little by little by little, like you're holding on to a ledge. You know, before you know it, your worst enemy can go out there and want to help you. You're gonna grab his hand.
Right.
To save me, you know what I mean? you about to fall off the ledge. You don't care who comes.
Right.
And Esau Edom, the devil, the Bible speaks of, he's gonna be there to help you from falling off that ledge.
Like the Lion King, you remember
Simba,
the father was on the cliff.
Scar.
The Scar came and stuck his paws
into his hands.
Yeah, that's what Esau's gonna do.
I know, right?
You got a precept?
Kinda, you got it.
Back up, down 12.
Mm-hmm.
Isaiah 59 and 19.
Yep.
So shall they fear the name of the Lord from the west.
That's right. That's where we are over here in the Western Hemisphere, fearing the name of Yahweh Shema Shah, being obedient, right?
And his glory from the rising of the sun.
That's right. You know, all across the world, and that's the Lord is going to come back from the east. He's going to come from the east. He's going to come and gather us over here in the west, right? It starts with this gospel, you know, going forth into the earth with the Lord. That's how the Lord going to come back. Go ahead.
It says, Isaiah 59:19. It says, when the enemy shall come in like a flood.
When the enemy, because half the battle is knowing who your enemy is.
Yep.
Majority of the people don't know that the white man is your enemy. He's literally devising a plan to destroy you. You know? But people don't care. They don't care about enemy. You know, I got money. I got food. You know, that's all that they care about. To eat and to drink and to be drunken. You see? But, you know, read again. Yeah.
Isaiah 59:19. So shall they fear the name of the Lord from the west, and his glory from the rising of the sun. When the enemy shall come in like a flood.
When he shall come in like a flood, and you can't stop a flood. A flood consumes. A flood comes with force. A flood comes with power. You watch when there's a major storm, a tsunami, right? And that water comes, that rushing water, it comes with power. So when the enemy shall come in with his power, with his force, with his troops, with his lies, his deception, to deceive you, to force you into submission, to bow down, right?
It says, the Spirit of the Lord shall lift up a standard against him.
The power of Yahweh Shema Shai is going to lift up a standard against this man. Now you ain't going past here. He's going to stop that unstoppable force. It's finally going to meet that immovable object. And Yahweh Shema Shai, he ain't going to budge. He's going to be there to defend and protect his people, his elect, the remnant of his people. Which no more stand upon Esau, Edom that smote them, but is leaning upon the Holy One of Israel in truth, right?
Yep. That was
Daniel?
Yep. Daniel chapter 12, verse 1, it says, and at that time Michael shall stand up. The great prince was standing for the children of thy people. And there should be a time of trouble, which we just read in Mark 14 chapter. It says, such as never was since there was a nation, even to that same time. And at that time thy people shall be delivered, everyone that shall be found written in the book.
That's right. At that same time, all hell and chaos is going on. That's when we're going to be delivered. So there's no pre-tribulation rapture, right? As Christians around the world are having a rapture anxiety, right? Because their faith is not grounded in anything solid. They don't really understand what they really believe in, right? So at that same time, the people of the Lord is going to be delivered. And that's what we're looking for. We're looking for a deliverance. As deliverance is said for the righteous, so are perils prepared for the wicked of our people. You got a precept?
No.
Get Jeremiah 15.
That's why you want to get 12?
Oh, yeah. I was thinking about verse 2, but
Yeah, I was thinking. You said Jeremiah, right?
well, yeah, that's
Daniel 12 and 2 says, and many of them that sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake.
That's right, and that's what we're doing. Oh, yeah, Isaiah 29 and 9. Many that sleep in the dust shall awake. Awake to what? To awake to this light, this marvelous light. Awake to Yahweh Shema Shai. Many, right? Many are called, but only a few are going to be chosen, right? But let's get what the dust is. You got it.
Yep. It says, and some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt.
That's right. So that dust represents confusion.
Yep.
Just get Isaiah 29, then jump back.
Yep. Isaiah 29 and 9, it says, stay yourselves and wonder, cry ye out and cry.
That's right.
They are drunken, but not with wine. They stagger, but not with strong drink.
That's right. So our people are in that dust, that drunken state, that state of confusion. Scripture say, what is that? Isaiah 47, shake off the dust.
Oh, you want to look for it real fast?
Yeah, let me see. I know Isaiah 47. Oh, 52 and 1.
Go ahead and bring it fast.
Yeah, this is Isaiah 52 and yep, Isaiah. Well, I'm gonna read verse 1 and 2. Isaiah 52 and 1. Awake, awake, put on thy strength, which is this truth, this knowledge, right?
Yep.
O Zion, put on thy.
Well, we read the whole armor. We was reading.
Yep, that's right, brother. It says, so wake to the truth, right? Wake to this knowledge. Put on thy strength, O Zion. Put on thy beautiful garments, O Jerusalem, the holy city. From henceforth there shall no more come into thee the uncircumcised and the unclean, right? Following false doctrine and false religions, right? It says, shake thyself from the dust which is that confused state that our people are in. Jake is bugged out of their damn minds out here. You know, they don't know what's going on in the world. It says, shake thyself from the dust, arise and sit down. O Jerusalem, loose thyself from the bands of thy neck, O captive daughter of Zion. Right? So this truth, right, frees us in the mind. Jake is the roof. The one thing is drunk. They won't drunk with that. You can see it on their faces. They don't know how to act.
Stagger.
They stagger. That's the spirit, right?
Exactly.
They staggering, bro.
Yep.
Literally. So let's go back to Daniel 12. You know, so you know that's that dust. That dust is the confused state.
Yep.
You know, it tells you in Isaiah 47. Can you get it real quick, bro?
Yeah.
Sit in the dust, O virgin daughter of Babylon. There, sit on the ground. There is no throne. I think it's verse 1.
Yep. Isaiah 47:1 says, "Come down and sit in the dust, O virgin daughter of Babylon."
That's right. Sit in the dust, O virgin daughter of Babylon, as the Lord is telling us to arise out of that dust, out of that confusion that Esau Edom has laid as a snare and as a trap for our people. But the Lord, the snare that Esau Edom has laid for us, he's going to find himself in that position. How Esau Edom wants us to be in a destitute state, he's going to find himself in a destitute state. As he wants us to be eradicated off the four corners of the earth, he's going to find himself after 1,000 years of hardcore bondage eradicated from off the earth. We'll read it again from the top, just verse 1.
Isaiah 47, it says, "Come down, sit in the dust, O virgin daughter of Babylon. Sit on the ground, there is no throne, O daughter of the Chaldeans, for thou shalt no more be called tender and delicate."
That's right. So sit on the ground. Sit, come to a state of confusion.
Yep.
You're no longer going to be called tender and delicate. These nations have discovered your wickedness. That you have been committing across the four corners of the earth, and war is going to break out over here on the shores of America. You're going to be you're going to be seized. You're going to be spoiled. War is going to come upon you. Like you said, North Korea is preparing for war. These nations are preparing. The Lord is waking up the mighty men. Right? I don't know. We might have to get that. But, right? But, yeah, you should read a lot.
This is Isaiah 66:5. It says, "Hear the word of the Lord, ye that tremble at his words. Your brethren that hated you, that cast you out of my name's sake, said, Let the Lord be glorified, but he shall appear to your joy, and they shall be ashamed." Backing up Daniel 12.
Yep.
A lot of our people are going to wake up to shame. The kingdom, hell, when all hell break loose as well. But much more in the kingdom, man.
What was that verse? 66 and 5?
Yep.
Okay, come on. Yep. And even now, because it talks about weeping and gnashing of teeth.
Yep.
Let's read Daniel 12 one more time.
Daniel 12
Verse 3.
and 2, it says, "For many of them that sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake."
That's right. So many of our people are gonna see this light. Like it speaks about Ezekiel 37, that great noise, which is also made that great awakening, starting all the way back from the late 70s to now. Jake finding out who they are, kind of coming up into some, I think it's nationalism technically, for their nation, I don't know, basically they're for their nation, they're, the Black Panthers, all these other different groups, and...
That's what racist is.
Huh?
That's what racist is.
Yeah, to be racist. Raza.
Yeah, to be for your nation.
Yeah, to be for your people.
Yep.
So Jake was coming in, Ezekiel 37. So many are awakened, shaking off that dust, and really those that come into the knowledge, that find out about the circumcision, right? a lot of them find out who Yahweh Shema Shai is now. They depart ways. Now they don't even upload videos no more. You know, they don't even put videos on their channel.
Right.
You know, guys losing the oil and they don't even realize it. They're gonna fulfill this prophecy right here. You know, waking up, you know, shaking off the dust, some to everlasting shame, right? And some to everlasting glory, like the kingdom of heaven. You know, they're gonna be glorified. They're gonna be famous, renowned men in the kingdom. You know, while the 2/3 are children, they're gonna be very humble as we raise them up. They're gonna be humble. They're gonna show respect, right? Because you know, we say 2/3 are gonna be down, which they are, but those are just gonna be our kids. You know, so they're just gonna show their parents respect. You know what I mean? They're gonna be super humble.
Stand 12:1. 2. It says, and many of them that sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, and some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt.
That's right, that shame and everlasting contempt, you know, because you rejected the Lord. You know, those that reject Yahweh Shema Shai, there's a penalty. You know, you don't get away scot-free. With that Luke, it's better for you to have not known the truth. You know, in the way of righteousness, right? It says the servant that knew his master's will and didn't do the things that were commanded shall be beaten with many stripes. You know, so many stripes is coming. You know, for the non-believers, they got your picture too. They know exactly what you look like. You on the blacklist. They're gonna run those your ID. You know, because what they got they got your social security number, which is your, you know, basically an ID. You know what I mean, for their big system, right? And they're gonna run it. Oh, boom! Oh, you in the red list. You gotta come this way. Believe it, you know. IP address. They got all our information. You know, that's why we're gonna have to be hid during those times. That's why we're gonna need protection. You get a precept? All right. No, you good, brother. You know, so we're out here to tell our people, so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans, to repent. But the kingdom of heaven is at hand, and it's going to lead. You know, before the kingdom of heaven is established, it's going to, America, which is Babylon the Great in the Holy Scriptures, is going to break out into all hell. All hell's going to break loose. Go ahead.
Sirach 2 and 13.
Yeah.
It says, woe unto him that is faint-hearted, for he did not.
Yo, woe unto him that's faint-hearted. You know, you faint. You're faint in your mind. Yahweh Shai told us that men ought always to pray and not to faint. Because it's easy to get faint-hearted in your mind, because your mind is just like a muscle. Like, we do have power in our mind, you know, to where we feel like we can do anything sometimes. But eventually that mind is going to get tired, just like any other muscle, right? So we do, you know, and that's when Satan comes and attacks. You know, that's when the problems of the world, you know, they flood in, you know, to come and overtake you, right? But it says, woe unto him that is faint-hearted. Right? You don't get out of that run. You know, you don't pray to Yahweh Shema Shai, call out for the Lord to help, then woe unto you, which is death and destruction. Read again.
Sirach 2 and 13, it says, woe unto him that is faint-hearted, for he believeth not.
That's right, because at the end of the day, Yahweh Shai, you know, sent down the comforter. You know, and we have this comforter, right? And that comfort of the scripture is supposed to, you know, balance you back out.
Yep.
You know, it's supposed to have you overcome the woes of this world. What did Yahweh Shai say? In the world, you know, you should have tribulation, but be of good cheer. I have overcome the world. Right. You know, we are of good cheer because Yahweh Shai, you know, who is our Lord and Savior, he overcame the world. And we being him, and he's giving us the guidelines, the blueprints, telling us what we need to do, then we know that we shall overcome the world, right? This death, the valley of the shadow of the death that's all around us, the temptations, we're going to overcome all this. Go ahead, brother.
Reads on, Sirach 2 and 13. It says, woe unto him that is faint-hearted, for he believeth not. Therefore shall he not be defended.
That's right. You're not gonna be defended. You know, you don't believe. You know, why would you be defended by the God of the Bible? You don't really believe. You go to church every Sunday. You don't believe.
Right.
You know.
Right.
You call on JC, Most High in Christ bless. You guys don't believe. You know, a lot of day of the circumcision, right? After this, let's get Matthew 7:21. But you know, a lot of guys. Oh,
We could have kept reading.
okay.
Another.
Okay, got it. Oh, yeah, okay, got it. But a lot of guys, you know, losing out here. You know? Let's get that Matthew.
Matthew 7:21. It says, not everyone that said unto me.
I didn't even know we were going to get on this topic.
That's how it works. It's Matthew 7:21. It says, not everyone that saith unto me, Lord, Lord, should enter into the kingdom of heaven.
That's right. Not everyone that saith to me, Yahweh Shai. You know? I'm going to look at this one scripture, right?
I got a precept while you get that.
Yeah, yep.
This is James 1 and 22. It says, but be ye doers of the word, not just hearers only, deceiving your own selves.
That's right. So be a doer of the word. Get St. Luke 6:26. Oh, yeah, look. Wow. That's great.
You said Luke 6 and 46, right?
Yeah.
You want to land back? Yeah.
James, yeah.
Yeah, because the reason why I brought that out is because it said, we read in Matthew 7.
Now everyone. Oh, but he that doeth the will.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
You know, Jake hears his word, but and they say, well, I hear the word, you know, so I just call on the Lord, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't talk about you gotta be a doer of the word.
Are we Israelites?
Right.
That's right. Don't call me black no more.
Right.
I'm an Israelite.
Right.
Just like, nah, bro, that ain't enough.
Right.
I don't know who, you know, nah, that ain't enough, Jake.
Right.
You know, and it is what it is, you know.
Yep.
Because the elect, they're gonna hear. No. Drunk. That's someone who's drunk. When you see someone broken out like that, there's those are toxins seeping through their body, out of their body.
This is Luke 6 and 46. And why call me Lord, Lord, and do not the things which I say? You know? And that look bad.
That's bad, right?
Yeah, those are, especially those who are screaming law, 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 law. We know who that is.
Mm-hmm.
You know? It says, Luke 6 and 46, why call ye me Lord, Lord, and do not the things which I say? Whosoever cometh to me and hear my saying and doeth them, I will shew you to whom he is like. So the man, keep reading, right?
Read verse 46 one more time.
Yeah. Luke 6 and 46, and why call ye me Lord, Lord, and do not the things which I say?
That's right. Yahweh Shema Shah. I believe in the Lord. He's my master. You know? The Lord, you know, and start at verse 45. Can you start at 45?
Yep. This is Luke 6 and 45. A good man out of the good treasure of his heart bringeth forth that which is good.
That's right, a good man, a righteous man, right, out of the treasures, the riches of his mind, bringeth forth that which is good in his actions, in his deeds, right? So the treasures that are in this good man's mind, the kingdom of heaven, the teachings of Yahweh Shai, he bringeth forth things that are profitable in his walk, in his actions, right? He does things that please the Lord. Go ahead, brother.
Yep. It reads on Luke 6 and 45. It says, and an evil man out of the evil treasure of his heart.
Out of the evil treasure, this man has an evil treasure. You know, a wicked treasure. You know, a wicked like vision or dream, right? The things that he sees in his mind to be valuable are wicked. And he show forth those things through his actions. Right? You got it. Who taught you that? You know what I mean? It's just like, it's funny. It's just like, up here, it's not working.
Clearly. Luke 6 and 45, it says, for of the abundance of the heart his mouth speaks.
For out of the abundance of your mind, you speak.
Yep.
You know, you speak. You know, and what we're speaking is life. And a lot of our people who speak, they teach false doctrines, right? They're speaking wickedness. They're speaking lies and hypocrisy.
Yep.
You know, they're speaking the vision of their own mind. You know, and their minds are corrupted. They're desperately wicked.
Yep.
They're not washed from the filth and the pollution of this world, even though they call on Yahweh by Hashem Yahweh Shai. That's why Yahweh Shai told those wicked scribes and Pharisees. You know, I think it might have been songs, you know, in John the 8th chapter, you know, think not to say I have Abraham, you know, for our fathers. You know, because if you were really children of Abraham, you would believe me. You know, you would listen to what I'm saying. Abraham told you I would be here. Abraham spoke of me, right? What was it? Melchizedek, right? Didn't Abraham pay tithes to to that priesthood? So you know, here it is. I'm here now in the flesh, and now the Lord's here now through His men. You know, go ahead, brother.
Yep, verse 46, it says Luke 6 and 46. And why call me Lord, Lord, and do not the things which I say?
That's right. So it makes more sense now. You know,
Exactly.
Why call Yahweh Shai Yahweh Shai? Why you calling that name Yahweh by Shem Yahweh Shai? You know, you got guys like, you know, and we'll say the leadership. You know, because you got guys, you know, who knows they might be sincere.
Yep.
Sakari, right? Wi-Fi, the Watchman for Israel. You know, IHPK. I think they said the name. You know, you know, they're not right. The leadership is not right. You know, at the end of the day. You know, you got guys. You know, Nathaniel 7. You know, Bishop Nathaniel. You know, that's teaching that the MOT of B is sin, but they have the form of godliness, right? But they deny the power thereof. They have a form of being the Israelite, being the sons of God, you know, on outward appearance, but they're denying the power of Yahweh by Shema Shai. They're denying Yahweh Shai, His Son, His truth, the gospel, the good news. That's right. You don't got a precept, you go back to Matthew 7. That was it in Luke.
Okay.
I couldn't really remember how the rest of that goes. John 7:21 again?
Yeah, back in Matthew 7 and 21.
It like get built up in your throat?
Nah, it's
Your nose?
like sinuses and it's draining into my throat. Like,
Oh, from your nose?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. It's really,
We know where it's from.
yeah, it's really, I feel like it's okay a good thing to kind of get it out.
Yeah.
Because sometimes it'd be stuck in there.
Exactly. You know, it's coming out.
I be thinking it's the, you know, the lessons be helping, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
that's how I look at it, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So back in Matthew 7 and 21, not everyone that saith unto me, Lord, Lord, shall enter into the kingdom of heaven.
That's right. Not everyone that says Lord, Lord is gonna get delivered into them chambers,
Right.
those secret chambers, those ships, those spaceships. You ain't gonna, and not everyone is gonna be able to get on that ride.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and really, a lot of Jake ain't gonna be protected when all hell breaks loose. The Lord might be having mercy. He might be preserving them. He might. You know what I mean? Because we don't really know exactly how it's gonna go down.
Yeah.
There's, you know, scripture's heavy. So the Lord could preserve you, you know, get you through it, but it don't mean you might not get on them ships for salvation.
Right.
You know?
It says
You might just be preserved from them missiles. You know?
They don't want to be preserved for that.
You know? Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. I'll talk to you after. But go ahead.
Back in Matthew 7 and 21, it says, but he that doeth the will of my Father which is in heaven.
But he that doeth the will of Yahweh by Shema Shai. You know, not your own will, not, you know, making merchandise out of men. You know, not teaching for filthy lucre's sake, not for praise of men. We're not teaching for praise of men. You know, brothers all sincere, you know, and we don't even like it when we receive praise from another brother. You know? It's like, bro, it's just like, it ain't even about me. You know what I mean? It ain't about us. It's about doing the will of the Heavenly Father. You know? And that's all this is about, you know? It's a job, you know? We do the job right, we get to go home. Go ahead, brother. Got it?
This is, I get you.
Yeah, start wherever.
Okay. Matthew 24 and 46 says, "Blessed is that servant whom his Lord when he comes." Blessed is that servant
That's
whom
verse 40.
46.
Yeah.
Back some more.
Jump to 42.
This is Matthew 24 and 42 says, "Watch therefore, for ye know not what hour your Lord will come."
It says, watch therefore, for you know not what hour your Lord doth come.
That's a spirit.
You know?
I was getting my start now.
Yeah, I like starting there. Let's just read down.
Done.
So watch therefore, for you know not what hour your Lord doth come. So you gotta be watching, you gotta be on your guard, you gotta be having rule over your spirit, you gotta be getting your mind right for these times of trouble that are coming. Because a time of trouble is coming, you know, and that's what we're out here to warn the people about. The so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans, the biblical Hebrew Israelites about. That's what we're here to warn our people about.
Yeah, with the truth.
With the truth, you know. America is gonna break out, and all hell is gonna break loose. These banks are only gonna continue trash. They're gonna go in the trash.
Right.
You know? Good.
Matthew 24 and 20.
You know what I mean? To be honest, like I think about that, and then I just be like, I want the power to like lay him out, like when I punch him. He can back up. I mean, that's wrong.
I don't know.
But you know what I mean.
This is the anger of the Lord.
But you know, I always think of like, never mind. I'll tell you later.
It's back in Matthew 24 and 43 it says, but know this, that the good man of the house had known and what watched and say Matthew 24 and 43. But know this, that if the good man of the house had known and what watched the thief would come, he would have watched and would not have suffered his house to be broken up.
That's right, but know this. If you would have known when Yahweh Shai came back, you wouldn't have stopped watching. You wouldn't have, took your foot off that gas pedal. You know? That's right, took your hand off the plow. You know? You would have kept pushing, you know? You would have paid attention, you would have watched, right? And you wouldn't have suffered your house, which starts with your mind, right? To be broken up. And to fall under the deception that Esau Edom, the snares that he's laying.
It says, verse 44, therefore be ye also ready, for in such an hour as ye think not the Son of Man cometh.
Yeah. That's the precept right there.
Yeah.
Therefore be ye also ready. And we ready. The Lord got a spirit on us. We just like, damn, it's like I'm watching. I might not go work tomorrow.
Yeah. I was thinking, today I'm like, man, I'm tired. I'm tired. Like, you're ready for this to end. You know what I'm saying? And we ain't been around long.
I know, right?
How much more the apostles, the bishops?
That's what I be thinking about. I be like, yeah, I know those men ready. And it's just like, you can be ready, but like brother say, brothers gotta pray.
Yep.
Brothers gotta send them prayers. Send back Yahweh Shai.
Yep.
We all gotta be on like that in that spirit of crying out. Can't just be like, I'm just gonna make which we are. You make the best of the worst, but F that. You know what I mean? Like F that. Like, okay, things are bad, but I'm just gonna make the best out of the worst. Now, things are bad. I need to pray to the Lord right now. Like I need to pray to the Lord right now. I don't need to wait. You know, I need to pray to Yahweh Shema Shai for him to send Yahweh Shai back. You know, Lord, you know, send him back. Please.
Matthew 24:44.
Yep.
Says, therefore be ye also ready, for in such an hour as ye think not the Son of Man coming.
And those are the guys that fell away.
Yep.
And in such an hour as they thought and they perceived in their mind, the Lord ain't coming back no time soon.
Right.
The Son of Man is gonna be there.
Yep.
You know, so the guys that don't, you know, aren't always, you know, enduring, right, constantly pushing towards the end, pushing towards the marks. You know, the day of the Lord is going to come upon them unawares. And in such an hour as they think not, that's when the Son of Man is going to appear.
Yep.
You know, so the Lord is closer than what we truly believe. The Lord is close. The Lord is very close.
Yep.
You know, making his second return. Everybody bugged out, bro. People are through in Babylon the Great. You know? Everybody's slipping them things. You know, you get the inventory for like those distributing centers, local ones.
Yeah.
That's all they got.
Yeah.
Literally, tobacco products. I'd be like, damn, this is so for real. But you know, that's all they building. You know.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, they don't got nothing better in Babylon.
Right. Verse back in Matthew 24:45, it says, who then is a faithful and wise servant?
Who then is going to be accounted amongst the faithful, amongst the wise? Who's going to be accounted amongst the worthy to escape all of these things that shall come to pass,
Right.
and stand before the Son of Man and be able to call upon him when all hell is breaking loose? Who's gonna be amongst that number?
Right.
Right? It's a fight. You know what I mean? And you're not in competition with your brother. You're in league with your brother.
Exactly.
You know, you fighting together to come with a common goal. The enemy is Esau, Edom, and these prince of powers of the air. Spiritual wickedness in high places. Those are the enemies, right? The people in the world. So what? There's strength in numbers, right? Go ahead.
Matthew 24:45. Who then is a faithful and wise servant, whom his Lord hath made ruler over his household, to give them meat in season?
Whom the Lord made ruler over the household, the nation of Israel, to feed our people with the meat. You know, in the appointed time, the comforter, to send forth the comfort. You know, that men must live by Yahweh, to tell our people of Yahweh Shai and what he's come to bring, what he's all about.
Right.
You know, who then is going to be those faithful stewards? You know, and we read the version of Luke, which we don't got to get it. You know, disciples asked, "Are you speaking this unto us or unto all?" And he said it again. Yeah. He broke it down and he said it in Mark. "Well, I say unto you, I say unto all, watch."
Right.
You know?
It reads on.
Matthew
24:46. It says, right.
That's comfort.
Yeah. We'll get comfortable. Verse 46. Blessed is that servant whom his Lord, when he cometh, shall find so doing.
Blessed is that servant when he find him doing the work.
Yep.
You know, being faithful. You know, warning the people, standing upon his watch. You know, and we ain't gonna be out here on mainstream teaching, but you know, we gonna be in the little back. You know, somebody come up sincere, you might.
Yeah, the spirit gonna be on you.
You know, a little break some, give them some bread.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Give them that true bread. With the Peter, when Peter and I think Peter and Paul were together.
Yeah.
In Acts the 3rd chapter, he said, "Money, alms have I none, have I not? But what I have, I give unto thee." You know, he said, "In the name of Yahweh, Bahashim Yahweh Shai, stand up and walk."
That's right.
You know, And how do we know? Say Yahweh Bahashim Yahweh Shai. Well, Yahweh Shai told us that in Acts the 14th chapter. You know, he said, if you ask the Father in my name, right, that would he give it you. So there it is. And you gotta know the names. You know, I saw a video. You know, they were doing the Bible thing with Daniel's Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. They were recreating the scene. He was like, their God is God. Yeah, they believed in God. So it ain't just God. Everybody's saying God. Which I like to say God, you know what I mean? Like, but the name is Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahweh Shai. Now my God is Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahweh Shai.
Right.
You know? You got it.
Yeah, and it reads on Matthew 24:47. Verily I say unto you, he shall make him ruler over all his goods.
Verily, it's a true and faithful saying that he's gonna make us ruler over all his goods.
Right.
Over all his substance. We're gonna be made rulers in the world to come. I mean, what is there really left here to fight for? You know, everything is circling the drain. Everything is going down.
Health declining, weak bodies.
The food is everybody's coming out. You know, the food is poison. Everything, bro. You got carpet?
Oh, you're finished.
You got carpet in your house?
I got carpet. You got carpet?
I got carpet in my house. You know, they're saying the carpet particles cause, you know, carcinogens in your body, those cancer cells, you know, and then over time, you know, you're breathing in the air, you know, you got wood. That wood ain't good for you, son. So it's just like, we gotta escape this place. We must escape. We must get out of here. You know, and that's what we're fighting for, right? Let's finish out on that Matthew 7.
Go back.
Show them that.
Oh,
there was more? I'm sorry. I thought that was it.
More meat on there.
Oh, okay, huh? My bad. I thought that was it.
Yeah.
Let's finish it out.
Verse 12.
Oh yeah. Now I remember.
It says Matthew 24:48. It says, but if that evil servant shall say in his heart.
Yep. And if that evil servant, the wicked, unfaithful servant, he saith in his mind, go ahead.
My Lord glad is coming.
My Lord, he taking too long.
Yep.
You know, things ain't happening in the world. Yep. And when you watch, you be like, you know, I hate to get too excited, but you got to right now because the attacks are just coming.
Yep.
You know, like when I was first coming in, you know, I'll be like, oh, World War, oh shit,
Yep.
it's about to go down. And then nothing really. But now, the Lord having every week something new is happening right now.
Yep. Habakkuk 2nd chapter.
Though it tarry, wait for it shall surely come. It will not tarry.
Yep.
So right now, you know, we riding these spiritual highs. Every time something happens, I love watching news videos. Bro, you know,
Yep.
you might watch in and out videos. You know, you might watch 20 minutes, come back. Nah, in the news, I'd be like this.
Yeah.
Watching the whole thing. I'd be so excited. It's so like, oh, that's happening right now in the world. So like, that's why the Spirit hopped on brothers to, you know, to go over the news.
Yep.
Right? So we don't be like this guy who loses hope.
Yep. That's what happened. You lose hope because you're not watching. What the hell are you doing, man?
Yeah, bro.
You know?
You're not watching. You constantly drinking too much.
Right.
You know, are you occupied in other things? You know, busy.
Yep.
Being a busybody. You know, occupied in a woman.
Yep.
You know, a job.
Working too much, yeah.
Working too much. But shit, I work all, you know. And, you know, but my job, you know, I can watch videos.
Yeah. Right.
I watch videos all damn day if I want to.
Right.
You know? All day.
Right.
Just watch them, you know? By the time I get home, it's like, you know, I've been watching videos all day. Like, I can't watch no more.
Screen time on YouTube.
Screen time be like 5 hours, bro. Check the battery.
Yeah.
40% battery from YouTube. I was like, damn. You know, but you know, you can we supposed to watch, constantly watching, bro.
Yep.
You know, Apostle Ramlab go live, click.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
That video go off, another brother go live, click. There's videos you can watch literally all day. Just my subscriptions alone. I'm not even subscribed to every brother. I find a can't brother's video, 1,000 subscribed, never met this brother, never seen his page. So the work is being done, right? Yahweh Shema Shai is increasing. His men, the believers, you know, the believers are coming in, and that destruction is slowly being seeped out. It's Revelation 7, right? So we cannot be like this wicked servant and having our minds like nothing's going on, nothing's happening. Time is flying, can't flew by.
Yeah.
I'm like, damn, it's 7 o'clock?
Yep. Yep. It says Matthew 24 and 49. And it says, I'll read 40 again. But if that evil servant shall say in his heart, my Lord liveth is coming, and began to smite his fellow servants, and to eat and drink with the drunken.
That's right. Smite his fellow servants, the men that he used to be part of camp with, he come be a scoffer, a scorner, right? And he starts to eat and drink with the drunkard, the day of the world, those that don't have the oil, those that are drunk off the waves of Babylon, right? Is there any way we can contact you? Talking to the scoffer, right?
Right.
On the scoffer page, is there any way we can contact you?
Right.
We need to contact you. Why do you want to contact a scoffer for?
Exactly.
But you got man's number already, but you don't want to talk to him.
Exactly.
It's crazy, bro. Go ahead, brother.
Yep. It says, verse 50, the Lord of that servant shall come in a day when he looketh not for him, and in an hour that he is not aware of, and shall cut him asunder and appoint him his portion of hypocrites. There shall be weeping and gnashing of
teeth. Because you can be like, I was right there. A year later and this happened? A year later, 2 years later and this happened?
5 months.
5 months ago.
You know?
That was weak. We were that close the whole time and I gave up. I was the elders in Dallas going live right there. I just got a notification for a premiere.
Right.
It says the preparation of war lasts longer than the actual war. I was like, that shit got me super excited, bro.
Yep.
Like when you really see what's going on, can we get Zephaniah 2 and 1 through 3? I think they backed up, you know, soon. I think I have 4 hours. We start a little late.
Yeah, we did.
I want to start Zephaniah 2. I was gonna bring this out earlier, but Spirit just didn't allow it. But I'm gonna bring this out now.
What, from top?
Zephaniah 2 and 1.
Zephaniah 2 and 1. It says, gather yourselves together, yea, gather together, O nation not desired.
Gather yourselves together, yea, gather yourselves together, O nation not desired. The nation not desired are you Israelites. You're the scum of the earth right now.
Yep.
You're looked at as the nation not desired, but we are gathering ourselves, you know, by the word of the Holy One. The elect of Yahweh Shema Shai is being gathered. We're coming together. You know, we're seeing eye to eye. We're seeing this truth. We're understanding the ways of Yahweh Shema Shai. So the Lord is commanding us to gather together, to seek ye out the book of the Lord and read and know that none of these prophecies are going to fail. None shall want her mate. You see?
Yep.
Go ahead, brother.
Yep. It says Zephaniah 2 and 1. It says, it's like verse 2, before the decree bring forth, before the day pass as the shaft, before the fierce anger of the Lord come upon you.
That's right. Before the decree, before these decree, what is it? Before the Lord sends forth those commandments of judgment to go forth, right? Before the Lord sends a decree to Daniel's 9 and 4, right? Before He sends that decree for that judgment to go forth, gather yourselves together before the Heavenly Father takes His men off the streets and the mercy of Yahweh Shema Shai is taken away, right? Gather yourselves together. Get yourself right. Get yourself right in the mind. Be steadfast in this truth. Be occupied in the faith, right?
On that side.
Oh,
Look up. You see him?
oh, him right there?
Yeah.
At his head?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Guy's bored out here. I don't know nothing to do. He's on the building. It's dirty out here.
Anyway. Slap. Zephaniah 2:2, it says, before the decree bring forth, before the day pass at the shaft, before the fierce.
Oh, before the day pass at the shaft. Because what? You gather in the wheat into a barn, right? And the shaft is left at, you know, you get, say you're inside of a barn, you know? You gather the wheat, you know, into their bundles, right? Into, you know, to the proper area, and the shaft is swept, you know, out of the barn, really to be cast into the fire.
Right.
You know? So you gotta be that wheat. You gotta be part of those who are gathered and not be left on the barn floor to be later swept and to be thrown into a fire. And that thermonuclear destruction is the fire that ultimately is going to lead to. Right?
It reads on, before the fierce anger of the Lord come up upon you.
Before the fierce anger of the Lord come upon you. When you say, I have no pleasure in you. You know? He's like, nah, I don't got nothing. You know? We good. You got to go.
No talking.
You know, where shall we go, Lord? Such are for death to death. And such are for the captivity to the captivity, and such are for the famine to the famine, and such are for the sword. And the Lord is going to appoint over you 4 kinds. You know, the bears to tear.
Dogs to slap.
You know, the dogs. You know. Oh, there's a lot of dogs here, and the Lord's going to use that to slay a lot of people. Dogs gonna be out here crazy. You're gonna see a mob of dogs, bro.
Yep, that's how they roll.
Like a mob, 40, 50, 60 dogs.
Right.
You know, out here swarming, you know? We're gonna be, when we see that, our flesh is gonna tremble. But we're gonna be like, the Lord. That's Yahweh Shema Shai. Because we're meant to tremble. Why? Because we're witnessing the power of the Heavenly Father. So it's normal for us to tremble in the flesh, right? We're literally witnessing the power of the Lord. That's why we're going to tremble. We're not trembling at, you know, the fact that there's dogs, wild dogs. We're trembling because we are witnessing in the flesh the power of the Lord. You know, it's something that's heavy, you know? We in the flesh, so we're going to tremble. But we don't have that spirit of fear. You know what I mean? That wasn't given to us. You got it, brother.
Yep. Zephaniah 2:2 it says, before the day of the Lord's anger come upon you, seek ye the Lord, all ye meek of the earth.
Seek ye the Lord, all ye meek of the earth.
Wow.
Seek ye the Lord,
Wow.
all ye meek of the earth. What?
Wait, look. Car.
Oh, going the wrong way?
Yeah.
Literally, the wrong way. That's hilarious. Damn. One-way road. People don't really, they just go.
Yeah.
You know?
I was turning back looking like
but the meek of the earth, the humble, those who are of a humble and contrite spirit, that's the type of spirit we have to have.
Yep.
Right? So let's read verse 3 one more time, and let's get Psalms 37 and 16.
It's Zephaniah
34 and 16. Sorry, I said 37.
Zephaniah 2:3 says, seek ye the Lord, all ye meek of the earth, which have brought his judgment. Seek righteousness, seek meekness. It may be ye shall be hid in the day of the Lord's anger.
That's right, the meek, you're the ones who are going to inherit the earth. That's who the Lord is talking to, for the meek to gather themselves. You know, those who are a broken and contrite spirit. You know, because in our minds, sometimes we feel like, I'm on it. You know, I'm doing everything I need to do.
Right.
But you gotta read that Luke, the 18th chapter, you know, or 19th chapter, where it speaks about, you know, does he thank thee because he asked, because thou was done all that required? No, you, as a servant, we've done what we required. So yes, we should feel, you know, that should give us confidence. Yeah, I'm doing everything. The Lord is with me. You know, but you still gotta be humble in your minds, right? So we're seeking righteousness, you know, all with the hopes to be hid during the time of Jacob's trouble, right? That's our hope, that we may be hid if it be Yahweh Shema Shai's mercy, right? So let's say that's Psalms 34, I think 16, where it says a broken and contrite spirit. You see what 16 says? Facing rules 17, 18. Well, you can start 16. Let's start 16.
No. You should treat that 18, right?
Okay. Yeah. Cool.
This is Psalms 34 and 18. The Lord is nigh to them.
Yep.
They have a broken heart.
So the Lord is nigh. You want the Lord, you want Yahweh Shema Shai to be a nigh unto you.
Right.
You know? You want the Lord to be like, yo, stand behind me.
Yeah, exactly.
You want the Lord to be like, yo, stand behind me. I got you.
Yep.
You know? That's what you want. You want the Lord to be like, stand behind me. Watch out. You know?
Yep.
I'm going to protect you.
Pretty much, yeah.
You know, that's what you want, yo. So the Lord is nigh. You want the Lord to be nigh unto you. This is how the Lord is nigh unto you. Go ahead.
Yep. Psalm 34 and 18. The Lord is nigh to them that are of a broken heart.
What does it mean to be brokenhearted? You know, as you know, meaning you hear as we've been anointed to preach, you know, liberty to the captives, to the brokenhearted.
Yep.
Right? So the Lord is nigh unto those that when they hear about the gospel, you know, they're like they're cut. You know, they're cut, they're brokenhearted. You know? They're weeping, you know. Scripture says, seek the Lord now, weeping, mourning, and fasting. You know, to go into the house of the mourning, that's you being brokenhearted. Yep. Go ahead, brother.
It says, and save us such as be of a contrite spirit.
And he's going to save those who are in the spirit of contriteness. You look at that word contrite, it goes into feeling remorse for one's wrongdoing.
Right.
You know? So if you feel bad for your wrongdoings, for your sin, right? Those are going to be the ones that the Lord is standing by. You know, that the Lord is going to be with. Yep. You know? And save it. He's going to save you. The Lord is full of compassion and mercy, and save it in the time of affliction for those who are of a contrite spirit. Right? Not you know, someone who's very proud, you know, boastful. You know, think they got it all figured out. Larry.
Yeah, you know, you think about the things you've done in the world. Those thoughts are still supposed to make you feel some type of way. You know, you're supposed to feel bad about it. You know, you're not supposed to, you know, think about something that you did, and you know, you'll still be remorseful.
I know, right? That don't matter.
Yeah, because if you don't, you'll fall into it again.
Yeah. Like if it's if you're looking at like committing adultery, that was no biggie. I didn't know.
Yeah, like
that was no biggie. Like I didn't know I couldn't do that. Like it was like if I would have known, I wouldn't have done it. And that's a very it's like, but like to come with that attitude like, oh, if I would have known, I wouldn't have done it, and then you get put in the temptation.
Right.
And let's see if you would do it. Because then you get you having that proud attitude. The Lord puts you in temptation, you don't get out of.
Right.
And this flesh is, you know, the Lord give you over to it now. You know, that you know you ain't you be burning.
Yeah.
You got people attacking people in gyms because they burning.
It's true though. You know, while we talking about that, man, you know, it's a lack of what's the word I want to use? Being deprived, men being deprived of it.
Yeah. Oh, like for a good example, just a little example, like for work, I do a lot of intermittent fasting.
Yeah.
When I come home, like, and you know, I work a laborious job. I'm like, if I don't have something prepared, like if I don't have something prepared just to grab, ready to go, going to the chips, you know, you have in your mind like I'm gonna eat good, but the willpower is not there. And Yahweh Shema Shai, you know, your willpower, you know, gets depleted, and it's the Lord that has to give you, you know, renew that willpower in you to keep moving forward. You know, it's like a battery.
Right.
You know? That's just, you know, example. So we gotta be about, we are under the sure mercies of Yahweh Shema Shai, the sure mercies of David. You know? It was a spirit, you know, brother's going through it last night.
I right? Reading on Psalms 34, and that was it.
That was it.
Oh, you want 319?
Oh yeah. 3:19 one more time.
All right. Psalms 34:19. Many are the afflictions of the righteous, but the Lord delivered him out of all of them. Yeah, that's right.
That's right. Out of all of our troubles, we're going to be delivered. Out of all of our afflictions, which, you know, Yahweh Shai, he had many afflictions. He was a man acquainted with grief, right?
Yep.
And the servant is not going to be greater than his master.
That's right.
You know, so we have grief, we have afflictions, and, you know, we have Yahweh Shai as our example, that he was protected, that he was delivered out of it. You know, at the end of the day, let's get St. John 17, I think it's verse 20. You know, I believe it's verse 20. I always kind of lose this one. I believe 17 and 20. You know, because we are afflicted. You know, we are coming into hard times. You know, the Lord is humbling us. He's chastising us, right? So we can't despise, you know, parent chastising their children right now. You know, the Heavenly Father is chastising us. And we can't despise the chastening of the Almighty. You know, we can't faint when we're rebuked of Him. You know, we have to learn. These scriptures are meant to constantly cut us. And, you know, when you're working out, you're cutting those ligaments in your muscles so they can grow back stronger. You know, the Lord is cutting off all the... Nah, yeah, cut that off. You know, build it like this. Cut this part off. Build it like that. You know, those attachments that we have in the world, the Lord's cutting those things off. You know, but He's doing that in the spirit so that during the times of trouble, the times that we're coming in, we may be preserved. All right. So let's get St. John 17.
Yeah. Yep. St. John 17:20. It says, "Neither pray I for these alone, but for them also which shall believe on me through their word."
That's right. So the Lord ain't just praying for His men; He's praying for the believers as well.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
Okay, next verse. Read verse 21 more time, Michelle.
Yeah. Yeah. Verse 20.
Oh, verse 15. Verse 15.
Yeah. I was reading that song. Oh, we
Yeah.
started 14?
Yeah. Let's read verse 15.
Right. St. John 17:14. I've given them thy word, and the word have hated them.
That's right. So we've been given the words of Yahweh Shema Shai. We've been given this truth, and it comes with the world hating us. Took that shit off, right? I think that's when he got stopped. Now he look like he got an angel on him. Like an aura on his head. They foolish, bro. But you know, so we've been given the word, and that's why the world hates us. The world hates us because this is a mystery to them. They can't figure it out.
Yeah.
You know, in their eyes, we're preaching hate because we're preaching against the system, right?
When you get mad with something, you don't get it. You get mad,
You know, they don't understand it.
Yeah.
They don't really understand what we're talking about. Because they really understand, then the Lord would have to heal them.
Exactly.
If they would repent.
Yep.
Right, you got it.
St. John 17:14, I've given them thy word, and the world hated them, because they are not of the world, even as I am not of the world.
That's right. We are not of this world, you know? Even as Yahweh Shema Shai, sing Yahweh Shai to be not of this world. You know? And keep reading.
Yep. Verse 15, I pray not that thou shouldest take them out of the world, but thou shouldest keep them from the evil.
That's right, and that's what I wanted. The Lord is praying not that we should be taken out of the world, but that we should be preserved, be kept from the evils. And that's all with us gathering ourselves together, you know, having that humble, contrite spirit, you know, remaining humble in this truth, you know, continue to persevere, continue to endure, you know, confirming the souls of the disciples, right? The Lord is confirming us to see if we're really about this. And He's exhorting us to continue in the faith, that we, through patience and comfort of the scriptures, might have hope, right? and that we must through much tribulation enter into the kingdom of Yahweh Shema Shai. But we're gonna be kept through all that. You gotta believe that. You know? You wanna close out?
Yeah. You know, and we'll just kind of stand fine. You know, let's take heed, be, you know, or just, you know, be defeated by Yahweh Shema Shai, man. Before we close, I want to give all praise, honor, and glory to the Heavenly Father's only begotten Son.
Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahweh Shai, Ba'ashem, Rakakwadash.
Go on to our apostle, great millstone.
Shalom.
Shalom.